Welcome to today's school board workshop. This workshop of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. To ensure a safe and productive environment, please note the clearly marked emergency exits. Do not block exit doors, and all attendees must be seated except for media. Once the room reaches capacity, attendees will be directed to the overflow area. If the fire alarm sounds, exit the room calmly, continue outside the building, and remain there until authorities give clearance to return. Thank you for your cooperation. Board Member Bowman will now introduce her school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Ms. Bowman?
Thank you, Chair. I am thrilled to introduce the Quest Center students as they recite the Pledge of Allegiance, accompanied by sign language. And I'd like to give a special thank you to Principal Swift, Assistant Principal Humphrey, and to our wonderful Dr. Laz, who does such great work with the students and the rest of the Quest Center staff. And thank you to Beacon for their excellent video production in doing this.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty
and justice for all.
What a beautiful way to start the day. Absolutely. That was amazing. Thank you to the Quest Center and Ms. Bowman for organizing that, and Beacon. So I've requested a moment of silence for Miss Jasmine Robinson from Oakland Park Elementary, who tragically passed in the last few weeks. As a teacher and a coach, Jasmine inspired greatness and believed that all students could achieve their highest potential. She was a coach, mentor, and friend to many. I please ask that you keep her family, friends, community, and Oakland Park Elementary in your prayers. Thank you. As we begin, we reaffirm our strategic plan goal: 100% proficiency for all students, guided by our vision, educating today's students to succeed in tomorrow's world. And as an A-rated district, we remain committed to sustaining this achievement while empowering every student to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. We will soon hear from our registered public speakers. We ask that decorum be maintained and civility and respect be shown during public comment. Our general counsel will assist the chair in maintaining decorum during this period. We also want to remind our public speakers of the rules and expectations regarding the agenda public comment portion of this workshop, as well as board policy. Attorney Dupree-Bruno, please explain the rules of public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Public comment is governed by School Board Policy 1020 and is intended to provide input on the board's duties, decisions, and the overall operation of the school district. The school board is viewpoint neutral during public comment. Per School Board Policy 1020, public comment procedures are as follows. Speakers must state their name, city of residence, and whether they are a lobbyist before beginning their remarks. All remarks must be directed to the board as a whole. The board will not respond to or engage with speakers during public comment, and no action will be taken unless the item is on the agenda. During the agenda speaking time for public comment, speakers will have up to 3 minutes per item and up to 1 minute. My apologies, this is a workshop, so there won't be any motion. Per meeting with an additional 1 minute, the chair may adjust the order of speakers if needed. A visible timer will be used and the microphone may be turned off when the time expires. Speakers must limit their comments to matters related to the school board business, and for agenda items must remain relevant to the specific item. Comments may not address matters that are pending litigation, quasi-judicial proceedings, active investigations, or administrative hearings. Solicitation and lobbying activities must comply with applicable school board policies. Abusive language defined as profanity, threatening, or name-calling is prohibited. Addition to clapping, hissing, or booing, shouting, yelling, or other disruptions from the audience are not allowed. Speakers who fail to follow proper decorum in the chambers will be ruled out of order by the board chair. Failure to comply may result in the microphone being turned off or a recess being called after a warning. The chair may also direct removal from the meeting by law enforcement or the sergeant at arms. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Dupree-Bruneau. The board wants to hear from you, and we appreciate your cooperation in maintaining a respectful, orderly, and productive environment. We will now proceed with the agenda. Today's workshop will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. Our first item is committee reports. Before we begin, I have a question. It was brought to my attention that, so historically, the advisory chairs are notified about the committee reports ahead of time. An email is sent out. Several advisory members reached out to me this morning to let me know that they did not receive an email. Dr. Hepburn, are you aware if the usual communication that's sent to advisory chairs was sent or not?
Mr. Hill, if you have any knowledge.
I do not have any knowledge that it was sent out. However, we've said in the past multiple times as to not get reliant on those emails. The committee reports are always on the first Tuesday or first workshop of every month, as well as the agenda is released every 2 weeks. So although we've sent out those emails in the past, they weren't a continuous thing, and we basically did, let the community know, please do not rely or become reluctant on those emails, as basically the agenda as well as School Board Policy 1020 does say that the first workshop of every month will host a committee reports item.
Okay. I would just say, like I get that it's summer and people are taking time off and all of that. I think that people get used to what we let them get used to, right? So if we've been sending these emails every month and then we don't, I think it sends a mixed message. But so I think we either, staff needs to decide either we will communicate every month about these meetings ahead of time or that we won't. So with that, I will begin, and I think that it kind of explains the absence of several of our chairs. So just as a reminder, each committee will have 5 minutes, and then we'll go to board discussion. Board members will call on chairs as they see fit. So first up, I have Audit Committee, who I received a communication from that they will not be here. I don't see that our student advisors are here. District Advisory Council, please add 5 minutes to the clock.
Good morning, Chair, board members, superintendent, members of the public. My name is Cynthia Dominique. I'm the chair of District Advisory Council. We did not have, we had a transition meeting in June preparing for the upcoming school year. We have our calendar set for the school year, so we will be sending that out to our liaisons to make sure they coordinate and notice those meetings properly. We also have a training scheduled for September that will be for all school advisory forum chairs so that they can come learn how to perform their role, advocate, sunshine law, Robert's rules, and all things school advisory related. We would like to continue working with the superintendent and the finance department to facilitate the budget training, as that has shown great impacts with helping staff chairs as they review their school budgets and sign off on them. There are lots of recommendations we provided over the previous school year that I'm going to send to you all. There are some outstanding items for us to follow up on. One of which is testing. Earlier this year, the board gave direction to academics to come back with a testing workshop, I believe in the end of May, beginning of June. That hasn't happened, so I'd like to know where we stand, because the direction was to overhaul and reduce testing, and really look at which tests provide the most valuable data. So if you could follow up on that, we'd appreciate it. We continue to have discussions about technology, screen time, and AI. We do have a representative from District Advisory Council that is working with the Family Forum that includes a representative from Technology, Parent and Community Involvement Task Force, I did reach out to Dr. Cohn in the last couple weeks and requested that DAC have a seat on the AI task force. Currently, many don't know who exactly is on it or where the representation is coming from. But certainly these are conversations we should continue, because overwhelmingly parents and teachers feel like there's still too much testing, still too much technology, especially in elementary schools in our primary grades. I had the opportunity to visit several schools, which I do as District Advisory Council Chair. One of the facilities that I visited recently was Markham, and I was saddened to learn that construction likely will not even begin to take place until next summer. This school has been waiting on a building for several years now. The land was cleared, the cooling plant was constructed, but apparently there hasn't been an RFP for construction yet. So we'd like an update on that. There were some maintenance issues that needed to be addressed, which Mr. Dorsett was there and he said it would be taken care of. There was some leaks in some of the modulars, and then some of the external coverings needed attention as well. And then for Margate Middle, that is going well. They're making sure that that school is safe for the start of next school year. Some of the things that needed to be addressed were sinks inside of the locker rooms and some other outstanding items for one of the hallway bathrooms. So we'd like an update on that. I know that we're going to be talking about redefining later. I will not be there. However, I did see policy 8010 attached. And when we look at policy 8010 and we look at the definition of fish capacity, it focuses primarily on building space, but not necessarily instructional and functional space. And when we look at the definition of over-enrollment within that policy, it states that it utilizes gross fish capacity, but also takes into account class size maximums and the instructional use of the space. But when we look at the definition for under-enrolled, right, we don't make those same considerations, and I think that we certainly should, because we have many schools with special programs that limit usable space, gifted, our clusters. So I think that that's just something that we consider as we have conversations for redefining. I would absolutely love going forward to have a round table with the superintendent and his cabinet with our leadership so that everyone can understand what each department does and how we collaborate together to be able to achieve our mission, which is educating our students to the best of our abilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have North Area. Central Area. South Area. Diversity Committee. ESE Advisory Council.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for noting the email point. I think it's Mr. Hill was talking when you responded, Madam Chair, but it is an important point. There are a number of new chairs, of course, who are not aware as well of the first workshop in every month rule. They will not have studied policy 1020 to discover when they're meant to be here or when they're invited to be here. And of course, it's July. So thank you for noting the need for that email. It's always been helpful before to have one. Congratulations to everybody on the splendid A grade again for the third year in a row. It's a great indictment of all the hard work by staff and students. I want to spend some time here today because, of course, we haven't met since the last, we haven't met as advisories over the summer, but there are a number of motions that we have outstanding, and I know collectively as chairs as well, we have brought forward, and we work really hard on suggestions for policy, what's the policy? The other one, policy 1020, on how the board might productively be able to meet a refined process of when we're bringing recommendations to you and how we get response, even if that response is, that you don't favour the recommendation. So over the course of the year, we have a number of missed motions, and I note that not a single person is looking at me, so I hope anybody's actually listening, because I see folks on their phones and on their laptops, and I think it's rude. But anyway, one of the missed motions that we didn't get response was to please reconsider the loss of the compliance director for ESE. It is an absolutely critical role. The board did not favour the superintendent's recommendation, which was to keep an ESE compliance director. He had come up with a way of keeping all staff in the leadership team in the ESE department without actually losing anybody from it and losing that wisdom and experience. And then a different board resolution came along that changed that. We lost the compliance director, albeit kept an assistant compliance director, so you had an assistant to a position that no longer existed. And now you've lost that person altogether, regrettably. And I think we are very weak now on compliance when that's a job that requires definitely a full-time person, if not, as the superintendent noted himself, more than one full-time person. There was good feedback from parents about ESY, extended school year for students with disabilities. There was also some criticism or notes that it's always good to take back and feedback so it can be improved for the following year. But I think I know that a number of parents saw that there were going to be 15 or so students in their class, or heard that there were, and these are for ESE self-contained classes, and therefore didn't send their kids. And in actual fact, 15 kids were rostered for classes, but there was no intention of actually having 15 kids in the classes. There was an accommodation being made for the fact that not all of those 15 were expected to turn up. But it became a kind of self-destructive loop, because parents thought, well, I'm not having my kid in a class of 15 ESE class, therefore I won't send my kid to ESY. Focus remains an issue. I always bring it up every time. We still have 2.5 or 2 years after you brought in focus, still no deliverance on the catchphrase that was told to us at the time, that all your kids' stuff will be in one place. No, it isn't, and it's still deficient for IEP, case management, but also there's still no 504 plans in the focus system. What else? We have renewal of private provider accreditation. These are people like registered behaviour technicians who support kids. There has been problems with their accreditation lapsing before the end of the academic year, and therefore they're not accredited for ESY. I'd suggest a system whereby when they get accredited, they do so for an academic year to include ESY. What else? Elopement. I was thrilled that 22 of our recommendations from ESE Advisory were adopted in the new draft elopement plan. I've not seen the finalised elopement plan. It would be good to have. Cameras in classrooms. Again, at the beginning of this of the last school year, we were told that you would reopen the policy on cameras in classrooms to make some improvements. We had suggested that has not happened. It would be good to do. And lots of other motions, again, like Cynthia, I sent to you. We would love response to motions, even if that response is we've got no interest. Thank you.
Thank you. ESOL Leadership Council. Facilities Task Force. Gifted Advisory Council. Green Advisory Committee. Human Relations Committee. Multilingual Advisory Committee. Parent Community Involvement Task Force. Small Business Advisory Committee.
Good morning. I'm Michelle Singer with the Small Business Advisory Committee. I'm a little nervous, so I apologize in advance. Our committee started our meeting by congratulating Ms. Lavina Freeman on her new role as department manager, and Mr. Michael Scott with his transition to the procurement department. Mr. Scott reported that the EDOC department participated in 47 outreach events during the year, resulting in an increase to 849 certified vendors, up from around 600. Our committee also acknowledged the efforts of Diana Aguilar for outreach leadership, and the success of our Small Business Mixer event. We discussed featuring vendor success stories during board meetings and possibly inviting vendors to share their experiences or using visual displays such as the lobby screen to highlight outreach events and achievements. Marie Compass, our chairperson, updated us on the Shark Tank pilot at Sunrise Middle, the scheduling of a planning meeting, and ongoing efforts to engage additional schools and presenters for the upcoming year. We talked about the implications of Broward County vendor registration on committee membership, clarified policy interpretations, and strategized on filling committee vacancies, including outreach to potential new members and the waiver process. We would like to fill all our vacancies on the Small Business Advisory Committee, but finding individuals willing to volunteer who are not Broward County school vendors is difficult. Discussing a waiver will help us, not only help our committee, but others as well. Thank you very much for your time and letting me serve on this committee.
Thank you so much. Technology Advisory Committee. All right, are there any board remarks on any committee items? Mr. Cervera?
First off, Ms. Singer, well done. It was an informative report, well read into the record. We're not that scary to address. Well, most of us are not that scary to address. Some of us are. But I think you did a great job, so kudos to you. And thank you for your service on the committee. I'd like to, Chair, if I may, address ESC advisory. We've heard several times now from Jackie coming in about the compliance director and how disappointed she was in the elimination of that position. Mr. Superintendent, when was the formal termination date for that position?
On the new org chart when was implemented July 1st, so individuals or roles on the org chart were sunsetted June 30th to start with a new org chart July 1st.
So I know that we're only a couple weeks into July, and I also realize that we're in the summer. But I'd like to ask Ms. Liscombe if I can. Have you noticed any increase, any issues, or anything directly related to the fact that this compliance director position was removed on the recent org chart, which of course I proudly voted against? But in your position as ESC Advisory Council, I'd just like to know, have you seen anything in the last couple of weeks that you can directly attribute to this position being removed?
No, I've been away for 9 of those 2 weeks. But there are the 3 C's in BCPS that I would identify as 3 key problems or for ESE, and that's compliance, communication, and customer service. Compliance is one of the key areas, as the superintendent himself acknowledged when he put forward the org chart, that you didn't just need a compliance director, you needed a compliance director and an assistant. And the board eliminated the compliance director and was left with just the assistant. And my understanding is that the person who was the compliance director has now exited BCPS altogether. So we have lost more than just a position, we've lost a person there. And I think the criticality of compliance in ESE is underestimated if it was ever felt that that was going to be a good move. It's critical and it will impact because compliance is already a tumultuous area.
I thank you for that, and I'm gonna give you a little bit of homework. I'm gonna ask ma'am that you could at least keep me up to breast. Feel free to include my colleagues as well. In your professional opinion, obviously we know you are very experienced in this area and you've chaired this council for a long time. So I'm gonna ask that you keep us up to speed, and if you notice an alarming uptick in compliance issues, I'd like to be informed of that because I do think that this issue does ultimately need to be revisited, and I'd like some data on your end just to be able to support the position of potentially bringing this back. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be concerned about the already proliferation of compliance issues that are a problem. Thank you.
I'm concerned about much with this district, as you know, and I can assure you ESC is on my list of concerns that I'm going to continue to work for the betterment of our entire district. But thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. To Ms. Dominique, thank you for the reminder about the assessments. You know, this board was actually very specific in what we asked for, not general as you persisted. We said 50% reduction in elementary school. And that report's coming out this week, I'm told. So I'm looking forward to seeing what that answer is, just to answer your question. But I know that the team that's been put together was a pretty broad team. It included principals, directors, experts in formative testing and assessments to try and come up with a grade-by-grade solution. And so we'll all become aware of that later this week, I'm sure. I also am mindful of your discussion. Would you tell me a little bit more about the training that you do with other chairs of advisory committee members? In particular, I'm curious, what day of the week, what time is it, how long does it last?
So it's morphed. When I first started several years ago as the North Area Advisory Chair, I realized that there was a lot I had to figure out on my own. And so we have a manual that we update periodically. We have a list of acronyms because sitting in these meetings, sometimes we often don't, you know, the general public doesn't understand what's happening. So we have a list of acronyms that we provide them, but we go through Robert's Rules of Orders. We reinforce that. We help to demonstrate practical use of them. We go through making motions because that's a source of anxiety for many people if they're not accustomed to it. We talk about how to build their agenda, what sort of topics, you know, as they're having conversations at their schools, in the car line, in the community, and they're hearing concerns that drives their agenda. It's the same as what we bring up here to you. It's based on what we're hearing, a majority of things that are occurring throughout the district, not just singular instances. We teach them how to draft emails to board members and how to communicate with business partners and legislatively and finding other ways to just meet the needs of their school. What we find overall is just people are afraid to step into these roles because they feel inadequately prepared. And so the goal is to just help give them some confidence, equip them with skills so that they can do the roles at their schools and hopefully sit on other committees and become advisory chairs. So you're not seeing these same faces all the time. It's all about building capacity and succession planning. And so last year, what we did was, in addition to our comprehensive training, which was about 2.5 hours long, we also did drop-in sessions. We did 4 of those, where we gave bite-sized information, like 10 minutes of information, and then we allowed those parents or community members to drop in, ask whatever questions they needed to ask so that they can be able to do their role. And then the budget training that was initiated several years ago as well, and that included the budget department, federal programs, and we also included principals. Initially, it was an elementary school principal. Now we also include a secondary principal because we realized that the needs at each grade level, each school level, are very different, and that's been successful.
Yeah. Well, a couple things I just want to say in response. Doing this is important, and you taking on this responsibility of making sure that it has a curriculum as rich as that is absolutely spectacular. I want to thank you for that. You know, the development of the leader of the advisory committees is synonymous with success of the advisory committee, which is success in getting us advice. And so I appreciate you working an area in which there's a tremendous amount of leverage. I would like to come to your training. I'd like to be there and role play as I'll try and play a representative board member, and they can ask me questions or give a report, and I'll try and give them some feedback or any way that I'd be helpful. I'd also like to reach out to all the chairs and let them know that I'm coming and that I really want them to come and participate in this fully. And I might put out a message to the audience as well, the broader audience, just come and attend. This is really, really important training. I'm going to ask the superintendent to send a senior staff member as well. I think it'd be really important for a cabinet level person and a school board member to be there for the length of time of that training and make sure that if anyone has any questions or they want any information, they can get a couple customers of the advisory committees and the advisory chairs to play any role that you find appropriate. So let me know the date and time, and I will do everything within my power to be there. I think it's really important. I'm really disturbed about what you said about Markham. I went and toured Markham with the district commissioner of Pompano, and we promised Markham would be open at the beginning of 27. We didn't say we thought it was going to. We didn't say assuming we get the RFP done. We didn't say given, you know, all the maintenance gets done ahead of time, which by the way is a totally different product than actually getting an RFP out. Those are wildly different staffs that work that. So I'm going to pick up Markham and ride that for a while until we figure out not if we can get it done, but how we can get it done. Because we made a commitment to the city leaders of Pompano Beach and to the residents to get that done. This is not something that you should do at the cabinet level and then walk away from it. I doubt very seriously, and I'll check after this meeting today, whether the city of Pompano is aware of the delays in the delivery of Markham. But when they are made aware, we're all going to hear about it because we made a commitment. And you just can't walk away from commitments like that at a school like Markham that has lasted forever in, you know, temporary facilities that are substandard. When I toured that cafeteria and 20 kids can be in there at a time at a school of 600, that means you have to do 30 cycles of a cafeteria line to feed the children. Not acceptable. And we were going to work really, really hard to get that done. So I'm going to keep on Markham for a while until we figure out how we can get Markham done and open with full-time, long-term facilities 27, 28. There are heroic things we can do in the procurement business. There are heroic things we can do in the construction business. Our superintendent talks frequently about Palm Beach County finishing schools in 12 months. So let's giddy up and let's figure out, you know, how we can get Markham done. This is not something that as a board member I can tolerate, because if I can't tell an elected official what the superintendent staff has committed to and that they believe that and I stand behind it, how am I supposed to believe them when they come and ask me for use of surplus property for affordable housing, because that's the highest and best use of the land? Or would you please, you know, look at, you know, this parcel because the city's got some fundamental needs that they'd like addressed, and, you know, this is an eligible parcel. I have to trust them, you know, that what they're talking about is full faith and value, and they have to trust us. And so as the board member that was there when the cabinet member said we will open this in 27, I'm going to follow through on this, and I look forward to board support on finding some heroic measures. I trust me, you don't need to say anything else about Markham. I got it. And,
I just wanted to
and if you'd like, but
I just wanted to mention the resiliency of the community there and the staff. They really have a tremendous attitude. The leadership there is doing all that she can to ensure that the culture in the school is uplifted in spite of the facilities conditions.
look, a culture of a community is going to survive anything Broward County Public Schools does. It's I grew up here. You know, you can't. One, it's amazing the strength of that community, but we ought not to be testing that strength. When we make a commitment, we got to follow through. Last point, Chair. Audit committee's not here today. It's been a very big audit that came out about data. I am a big believer that data is king. You cannot make good decisions without robust data. The audit has shown that we had spectacular failures in discipline data in our system. There's always a transition from a single terms-like system to an enterprise-level standardized software system. But the combination of training and process definition has left us very vulnerable. And so we're going to learn more about the results of that audit and what the consequences of them are. I think they're very serious. I think the lack of discipline data that's available, a student goes from one school to another. If the data's not in the database, you have no idea what happened in previous years. And we can't rely on staff to always remember all these things, and we won't know where we are in the discipline matrix if we don't know the history of what's going on. So we're going to learn more about that. I wish the audit committee could have been here today. I know they haven't met in the last month, but when they do meet and take that one up, I expect them to help me and help the superintendent understand more about the consequences of those rates of lack of data. It's really, really important, whether you talk about ESE data, Ms. Lumskin, or you're talking about discipline data, safety and security data. When we don't have the data and we keep telling people to make decisions that are buttressed or reinforced by the data that exists, and the data has no veracity, we're kind of talking past each other. And so I'm looking forward to learn more about that when we convene. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And next on the list, I have Ms. Rupert. Ms. Rupert, I just want to let you know I was informed by my colleague that you feel that I'm ignoring you. I don't have any communication from you that you wanted to speak. So again, if you want to be added to the list to speak, I'm happy to do that. If you just shoot me a text or Mr. Hill a text. But I did call on the first two people and the only two people in the room who waved their hand to speak to this issue. So again, as we go through the workshop today, since you are not here, you're online, as is Dr. Holness. If you would like to speak, as we've done in the past when you haven't been in the room, please shoot me or Mr. Hill a text so I know to add you to the list. Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. Yeah, I hit the hand icon and I texted inside the chat to where Andre is supposed to be looking. And
okay, well, Ms. Rupert, I have no access to that. So I just want you to know, in the past, when you've wanted to speak to me or to be added to the list, you've just texted me. And so I thought that was an effective way. But yeah, thank you. I have no way of seeing what's on Teams.
Okay, sounds like a plan then. I just wanted to comment on Ms. Dominique's assessment of excuse me, Markham, and Dr. Zeman saying that he's on it. Thank goodness. I've been hitting that drum hard as possible. One board member, and I do know Debbie's worked quite hard too. And it's better that we have more voices at the same time. And I believe there's an item coming up for Markham that we'll be able to discuss a replacement of the building and ask more questions at that time. I look forward to that robust conversation, and I have certainly been in contact with Mark Dorset, and we've discussed it. In fact, one of the last board meetings where I was in town, he happened to be in the kind of the breezeway, and he and I had conversation, and I said, "What's going on? Why are we delaying this? It seems like." And he mentioned forward that the district was looking at a more comprehensive situation. So I do look to hear from my colleagues on that process. And anybody that wants to jump on and be on any of the schools that are in District 7, let me know. I appreciate every one of you and anyone that's willing to look at disparities and really pushing very hard to get that done. So thank you, Madam Chair. That's all for me, and I promise to be able to use the utilization where I'm texting you. So thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to make sure you can hear me clearly, Madam Chair.
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. So I just wanted to echo what you've said, Madam Chair, regarding the process as far as notifying committees of the meetings to which they should appear for reports. I believe that, over-informing without consistency can lead to confusion, and we can see that here because based upon all of the committee chairs that you've called on, majority of them are not here today. So while I understand that sometimes an email is sent, sometimes an email is not sent, we do need to have consistency because that will lead to confusion. So if we're going to send emails, let's do that every single time. If we're not going to send emails, then let's have the chairs rely on the agenda as far as when they're supposed to come in and give their reports. So with that being said, Madam Chair, and I believe Dr. Zeman mentioned that the audit chair, advisory chair, may have some key information, and I'm sure the other chairs also have key information. So I would like to gain consensus from the board present today to see if those who were not here as a result of any confusion, that we can hear their reports at the school board meeting on the 28th, that we can allocate an hour time or so for them, because I think this is important. We may be missing key information that's not here today.
Are those your comments, Dr. Holness?
Well, yes, but I was wondering, Madam Chair, if we could gain consensus on that comment, and then I have another comment.
Is there any objection to Dr. Holness's? Ms. Thompson?
I think it's a pretty loaded agenda on the 28th. And then we also have, I believe, a meeting at 5 the same day. I would like staff's input on that. Thank you.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, definitely a loaded agenda. I do want to remind the board that per policy, the committee and advisory chairs can submit reports, written reports to the board, which some do. So that's another way of providing information or reports to the board about specific advisories in committees.
Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, I'm also mindful of the kind of notice off cycle for asking people to come in. And a lot of advisories, not all, but a lot of advisories don't meet over the summer, so there's not really new information to bring. I love hearing from our advisories, but I think it's, on balance, given this schedule that we have on the 28th, it'd be better to wait until the beginning of August before we get the next thing with the start of the school year. Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Woolman?
Thanks, Chair. And thank you to everyone that's here today. I wanted to follow up.
To comment on this first.
What am I trying? Oh,
On Holness's.
I'm sorry. I'm totally out of it. I agree that we probably have too much going on that day.
As do I. Mr. Severa?
Too jam-packed. Wouldn't make a lot of sense to do it.
Ms. Rupert?
I agree that it's too packed.
Okay. Do you have your consensus on that, Dr. Holness?
Yes, so Madam Chair, and I thank the board members for their input. What I would suggest going forward is that, as you mentioned, Madam Chair, that we either email consistently or we don't do it at all. So I'm hoping that going forward that can happen because, you know, I believe it creates some sort of a confusion, and also it may not be beneficial to the board for not having some of the input from the chairs that we could have had today. So, and it may be no fault of the staff. I just think we just need to have consistency in what we do so there is no confusion. So thank you, Madam Chair. I have another comment that on Ms. Dominique's response regarding leadership succession. I've always been an advocate and pushing for leadership succession and capacity building within the committees as far as chairs. So I am happy to hear Ms. Dominique speak about that, and I do hope that there can be effective plans in place for leadership succession and building capacity within our committees, because anything can happen where chairs may have to depart their position. So I am hoping this will be something that will be seriously considered as we move forward. Those are my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Pullman?
Sorry, I started this before erroneously. So anyway, thank you for everyone for coming. I wanted to follow up on Ms. Dominique's comment. We're getting the report on the testing this week. Is that okay? So what is our plan moving forward for that? Because do we have a workshop scheduled to, because I'd like to see, I think that we really need to invest some more time in the testing, the screen time, and the AI conversation. Is that something that we could do?
I think Mr. Hill, if you can give us the next workshop date.
Yes, the next workshop date is August 11th.
Okay.
And on the
So we'll be releasing the report this week, which is pretty comprehensive, and what we're actually going to start implementing, which significantly reduces testing and also reduces screen time because they're not sitting in front of screens taking the test. We can certainly workshop that August the 11th. Sometime in August would be preferable because we start first PM one for state assessments and some other diagnostics, so we can have that conversation prior to. But we've really done a great job in reducing testing by a lot. And so you'll see that reflected in the report when it's sent this week.
Okay.
Yep.
And so, and with the screen time, the conversation we've been having is to reduce or eliminate screen time for the younger.
Correct, for K through.
And so is
yep.
that something that we're going to workshop, or is that something that you're bringing forward?
I think the chair has an item for next week as well, but we can certainly kind of couple that into that workshop, because that's where most of your screen time comes from.
Okay.
Is actually assessments.
And then the AI component, I saw that we got a memo, so thank
correct.
you, Dr. Cohn. I haven't had a chance to read it yet because I didn't have internet access yesterday. But that will also be coming, because I think we really need to be communicating this properly, and so that people have the correct information. I think there's so much misinformation about what's happening right now, and we need to get ahead of that and really
Yes, absolutely.
assure the parents of, and advise them of what's actually happening, because from just looking at this memo really quickly, there's no student access to the Magic Schools right now. I think we need to really set that in front of our parents so that we.
Yeah, so there's a good runner show that's being facilitated by Dr. Cohn and his team, and I know the parent task force, ESC advisory, Ms. Luscombe's on that too, for a parent university that has breakout rooms and things like that. We'll do a release of the new website with a lot of information for parents and push that out through our parent link. So we have a good runner show to educate the parents coming up forward about all the tangible things as far as Broward powered by AI, what the student experiences are going to be when they get the opportunity to be immersed in that. So it's forthcoming.
Okay, and sometimes less is more. I think a 45-page memo might not.
Well, the memo's for you guys.
Okay, but I definitely think, something that people can actually easily comprehend and take away, that they understand, instead of having to dig into something.
No, the parent-facing
like
information
would be.
and public-facing information would be different. The memo was more detailed for the board for all the questions that we received from the past couple of meetings and workshops, just to make sure the board have a full understanding of what implementation is going to look like, what is it, what it's not, what the staff has done over the past year, and all those wonderful things. And then the parent-facing and student-facing information is in collaboration with some of our advisories in task force.
Okay, and then when we're doing the parent in university, we'll be taking additional feedback then, or is that, okay, that's good, some people, how about that? Ms. Luscombe had a comment?
Sorry, I would just love to speak to that, if I may, to say that Dr. Cohn's team, which is led by Thomas Carell, has been really collaborative and has really listened in the meetings we've had to acknowledge that there are a lot of parent concerns out there about AI. There is misinformation and myth, but there is also genuine concern and well-placed curiosity and caution. And I just want to commend that team for how well they've actually been pretty darn collaborative about it. And what you mentioned there was exactly what we've discussed about how do you put information out there. And it's not a parent university. We figured, let's not call it something that sounds like the parents have got to study or clue up or take a test at the end of it or something like that. So it's a family forum on AI, and it's addressing exactly some of those things that you mentioned, the importance of getting succinct but impactful information out there. Thank you.
Okay, great. Oh,
I just wanted to know if the report on testing would be available to the public.
Yes, we'll figure out how to push it out. But yeah, everything's available to the public, but we'll figure out how to kind of push that out.
Okay, I just had one more thing. So, Ms. Singer, thank you for being here. I have a question for our general counsel. So this was something as we're moving forward with advisory committees, one issue that came up is that there's a inherent conflict, I guess, with, so the Small Business Advisory Committee is advising, bringing the small business perspective. But if you become a Broward County Public Schools vendor, then you are conflicted out. Is there any way, is that a clear conflict and there's no way we can get around that moving forward, or?
So it is a conflict, but let me process that a little bit and have some conversations and just look at our policies and review Chapter 112 to see if there's anything that can be done. This is something that does come up from time to time in advisory committee, so I'd like to ponder it a little bit.
Because it seems to me that we have a very limited participation with the business community and the businesses that are actually participating with us might be in the position to give us the best advice about our processes and everything else. So if we can work on that, it'd be great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. And I was going to say the same thing about the waiver process, so thank you for bringing that. And thank you for overcoming your nerves. We're more than chill people for the most part. And so I also wanted to piggyback on the thank you to Dr. Cohn and Mr. Correll. I had a virtual town hall about AI and technology, and Mr. Correll really stepped up to the plate with I think an hour notice of him going to be attending the meeting. But I do think and on socials as well, because I think we do not utilize social media as well as we should as a district in the 2026, because I think one of the main concerns was about elementary age and their access to AI, and right now our student access is not turned on, and there's going to be an intensive process, is my understanding from Dr. Cohn. So I think very basic bullet point social media blasts of like, we hear your concerns. We're not dismissing the concerns, because I think a lot of them are valid as an elementary school parent myself. But I think that's where there's confusion, and then it starts in the Facebook chats of, oh, this is happening. No, this is happening. Well, this is happening in California, so it's probably happening here. And I think that we need to be a little bit more intentional in our quick response and our use of social media. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Well, thank you so much to our advisories. That concludes this workshop. The next item is redefining our schools, 26-27. Attorney Dupree-Bruno, since that was on the agenda, I believe for starting at 10:30, how do you recommend we proceed?
I think you have to wait till 10:30. That's the time it was advertised.
Okay. So we will recess the meeting until 10:30. Thank you. All right, we are back. So our next item is redefining our schools 26-27 planning workshop. I now turn it over to staff for a presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, we're going to turn it over to Dr. Wanzer and her team to give us an update and some of the rigors of the next redefining phase to come.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. Good morning and Happy New Year. I am Valerie Wanzer, the Chief Strategy and Operations Officer, and joining me today are two of my team members. We have Mr. Joe Beck, who is the Director of Demographics and Enrollment Planning, and Mr. Willie Wood, who is the Director of Strategic Initiatives and Performance Management. If Beacon can load the presentation, we'll get started. We are here today as we had a conversation with the board at the June 16th workshop that we would be back today to really start the planning processes for this upcoming school year. It is important to note that as we go through this process, any decisions or determinations made around schools do not become effective until the 27 or 28 school year, because there was some confusion out in the public that today's conversation will take effect on August 10th, and the board has already made those decisions. So we just wanted to make sure that is clear so that there's no confusion there. So as a part of today's conversation, the board did ask us to bring an update on prior year's decisions made by the board, just where are we with those schools and those processes. We are going to go do that first, then we're going to talk a little bit about, or a lot of it, about the utilization of this building, give an update on where we are with relocation of district staff. We did have two slides just to give the board a little bit of update on our surplus, our properties that are already declared surplus, let me say that. And then obviously we need to have some conversation and direction around this year's process as we begin to go out and engage with the community and have conversations. So in prior years, the very, well, I guess it was the second year, but the first full year of redefining in 24-25. These were the outcomes from that school year. I will not read the slide verbatim, but we know that we transitioned one school from a standard elementary school to an early learning center, and then we expanded the grade levels either of a middle school or the elementary schools there on the screen. And so as a result of that work, Broward Estates Elementary School transitioned to Broward Estates Early Learning and Resource Center. A lot of powerful work is being done there. You see all of the pre-K programs that are offered to the families in the community, as well as a wide variety of community services. And I know that the team is currently working, you can see at the bottom, with the United Way of Broward to even expand the services offered there at the school. But they did have their, as you can see, their moving up ceremony that they had as last school year closed to transition their early learners on into the formal kindergarten space. And then as we, I'm on slide 6 now, as we expanded the grades in 4 of our elementary schools, we expanded them from K-5 to K-8 schools, and then we expanded Pines Middle School from 6 to 8 to 6-12. You do see the upward trajectory of enrollment in those schools. The last column is pre-rollover, so we know that we roll all the students over. We know we have an aggressive marketing campaign for students and families in the community and in the Tri-County area, but this slide does show those investments and decisions and the positive impact that they are having on the schools. So last school year, the board did a series, or actually took action on a series of the superintendent's recommendations. The first slide outlines the schools that we consolidated. Those are the elementary schools as well as Seagull Alternative High School. When I get to another slide, you'll see Plantation Middle there. But those are the schools, the elementary schools as well as Seagull, that we completely consolidated those schools and where the children are now assigned to. The next slide is where we did some feeder pattern cleanup, if you will, out in Pembroke Pines as well as in the cities of Hallandale and West Park around Pembroke Pines. There was a feeder pattern of students at Silver Palms that went to Walter C. and Flanagan for high school, and they've now been transitioned to Silver Trail for Middle School and West Broward for high school. And then when we redesigned Hallandale High School, there's that West Park area that we phase transition back to Miramar High School. And then the grade reconfigurations, Thurgood Marshall will now go from K to 5 or pre-K to 5 to truly birth to grade 5, and there's some powerful work that started there. Plantation Middle School is consolidating into Plantation High School to create Plantation 6 to 12, and then Hallandale High School transitioning to the 4-day school week, similar to the way we have Pompano Beach High School configured. Moving on to slide 9, just as an update for what we did last school year, we have done a lot of work. We started before the board took its final vote. We started looking at some things that we would have to do if the board voted to approve the superintendent's recommendations. And then we started aggressive work from January all the way through, and it's ongoing. A few cleanup things are still going on, but for the most part, the schools are ready. They're excited. If you look at their social media feeds and their social media campaigns about all the wonderful things that they are doing to welcome families, to welcome new staff, and they're excited. So we've done a lot of things as far as moving furniture, ensuring that the phones are transitioned, and a lot of, we are working on any outstanding issues right in these last couple of weeks. The other thing that I will say is the principals of the schools have provided some very timely feedback to us as district staff as we continue to enhance the process. And then the last thing I'll say is we know that 2 of the campuses, well, 3 of them, Panther Run and Sunshine, will house district staff, and then Palm Cove, the team at Sheridan Technical College, is really preparing to go in and make the transition for that school to become a branch campus of Sheridan Technical College. On the next 2 slides, there's a question that we have for the board as it relates to the North Fork campus. When we had the conversation with the board on June 16, staff received direction to begin the negotiation process with Sistrunk Rising around their proposal to really take that site, redevelop it, and provide for affordable workforce housing, education center, and potentially a hotel. And so there was some questions around, and you can see it on screen. I'm on slide 12. In that golden area that's outlined, that's the area that they were really looking to develop the townhouses. And there was some question around if the board would be interested in potentially selling just that parcel of land so that the concept of home ownership is really solidified. Because right now, in doing a full ground lease, we know that depending on the term of the lease, there is the possibility, or there's the pathway for home ownership. But if the district would just be interested in selling that slice of the land only, and that's one of the takeaways that we have for today, and that piece would be used solely for the development of townhomes as a pathway to home ownership. And then the other the other facility is the Seagull Alternative High School campus. Staff is working on bringing the board a response to option 1. And option 1 is really if we were to look at the district creating its own public safety complex for training, for law enforcement, for first responders. And then option 3, we know that thanks to our general counsel and how we are really revamping the policy process and protocols, and there's a standard SOP, really bringing back a formal policy and process to actually receive proposals for land that may become available. So staff is working, just wanted to give the board an update, that staff is working to bring back a formal response and information to the board on options 1 and 3, because from the conversation on June 16th, that is where we received consensus from the board to move forward. So that's why you see option 2 is really not something that staff is spending a great deal of time on. Once the board gives us direction on option 1 or option 3, then we'll come back to the board. And we just put this here so that the board and the public sees the aerial map of the Seagull and Whidden property, that space in the center, because there was a question about where the childcare classrooms are located, and it's in that little rectangular space that it's right there in the center with the green box. That's where the childcare programs are located. They have been located on Whidden's campus since the late 1990s. So next we move to this building and the utilization of this building. We do have, while we have a graphic there, we do have in the backup the actual, readable size of this document that's on the left that gives the floor-by-floor pretty much estimate of what it would cost to lease each floor, the space on each floor annually. And so right now, it is the superintendent's recommendation to retain district operations on 7 floors of this building. Obviously, the board's direct reports, so that would be the superintendent, the general counsel, the chief auditor, and their identified functions that they would like, would remain obviously in this building. And then we would make floors 3 through 9 available for lease, working with a commercial realtor to do that. And what we also know is that Bright Star Credit Union, they've already advised staff that they will not be renewing their lease down for the branch that they have on the first floor. They've already worked with the appropriate staff to put like a finance kiosk, if you will, here in the building, so that there still will be some banking services available for staff who need that, as well as we know that members of the public would actually utilize that branch, but that branch would close, and then we would work with a realtor as well to determine, what is the best use or best opportunities for that space down on the south, so that's the southeast corner of the building. And then as it relates to district staff, I won't read the slide, but we have begun moving staff to different areas of the county. We have service hubs set up for ESE at Tamarack Elementary School in the north, Thurgood Marshall Elementary School in the central, and Miramar Elementary School in the south. Sunshine Elementary is the place where the staff that are currently located in the Rock Island Professional Development Complex, which, we sold that that land and that property to the Urban League several years ago. So that staff is going to move to Sunshine Elementary School. We have enough spaces in schools that we can accommodate the 7 floors of this building that we would relocate, as well as the staff at TSSC Annex. And then this slide, we just updated the next 2 slides because we wanted to have the public memorializing the sale of the site, the Elementary Aid Trails In site. So that is updated on this slide. And then the staff in real estate and facility planning will have a couple of other RFPs coming out. I gotta take my glasses off to read. And it's the site at the Coral Springs acreage site. We know that that's going to come out soon. The Southwest Ranches site, and then both the City of Sunrise and Broward County government have actually toured the TSSC Annex and the TSSC building for a potential purchase of those sites. So now we move to the current year's process, and we know that the process is guided by what is outlined in Policy 8010. We do have a copy of Policy 8010 attached to the presentation. The policy tells us, it gives us the criteria that schools must meet one of these 3 criteria for us to engage in the conversation about addressing them for future use. So those are the 3 criteria. The board, when we had the conversation on May 12th, these are the things that the board, the affirmations that the board basically reiterated with staff is, obviously we want to protect the rigorous academic programs that we have, and the variety. We want to guarantee continuity for our students with special needs, obviously safety and security in age-appropriate environments. One of the things, communicate early, communicate clearly with the community. Also maintain a sense of community where available, and the board 100% is in the business of providing this community with fully supported schools. So also at the May 12th workshop, the board did come to consensus on the composition of the school boundary advisory community, bringing that down to a 17 member committee, and we'll talk about that shortly. The board does want us to use a variety of data to bring to them to assist in the decision-making process, and also the criteria for evaluating proposals as we look at facilities that may be repurposed. So some key takeaways from our conversation with the board on June 16th. Basically, obviously, we still need to secure a master planner to create a long-term plan for the use of the district's facilities. One of the conversations that we introduced and the board did give us some favorable feedback on was opportunities for replacement schools. And we will talk about that as I'm sure as the conversation goes. And so that opportunity really looks at, we could have a cluster of 3 elementary schools that the population may be able to fit in one larger elementary school. So one space could be designated as the actual site where the school is going to be built. One site could be designated as the swing space, and then the other site could be, and this is what we would like to see happen at this facility. But obviously the board is very interested in offering our families and the community state-of-the-art facilities. The board also asked us to make certain that we create and communicate a formalized process to receive proposals from the community, from different individuals who may be interested in land or buildings that are available. And as I had said, the GC, the General Counsel, has been very just a resource in helping make sure that we get there and create that outcome. Also look at opportunities where there's funding and how we can utilize funding, and also create opportunities for revenue generating opportunities as well. And then one of the things that the Capital Programs Department has done, and what's very exciting, is they are establishing project dashboards, a complete comprehensive look, and this would increase transparency, and it also demonstrates efficiency in the work that we're doing, so that you'll get some more information on that coming up shortly. We did provide for the board just a look at enrollment changes in the district that occurs, and we did it over this span of years, so that you can see over the last 5 years what has happened to us during the school year as it relates to enrollment changes. Aside from this past school year and the year before, we were used to, students would come and go throughout the school year, but we would pretty much land within 2,000 to 3,000 kids at most of where we would land. But in these last 2 school years, we are experiencing students are leaving, and however, students are no longer coming to us during the school year as well. So we did just put that there so that the board sees how we are looking enrollment-wise. And then this, the next slide, slide 24, really talks about charter school enrollment versus private school enrollment versus district enrollment over the last 10 years. And you can see where the charter school and private school enrollment really kept inching up as we were going down, but you'll see the charter schools are now leveling off and even declining. However, the private school enrollment continues to grow, and we're ready to talk about what can be contributing to that rise of enrollment there. The other thing that we're going to look at in the process is our actual facilities condition assessments of our buildings. We do have that information, so we just wanted to remind the board and the public that that will absolutely be a part of the redefining our schools process. So that's what slides 25 and 26 just re-educates everyone on of what a facility condition assessment is and how it's calculated. On slide 27, these are the 4 options that once we identify, what schools, what pieces of land, what we are looking at in this year's process, these are the 4 options that we see as available, and we would need direction from the board on which option would be the board's direction or the board's decision, depending on where it's done. Is it in a workshop or is it in a board meeting? What is going to be done with a particular site. So we did want to put the options there so that the board has, and if the board wants to add another option, I'm not sure that there is, but if the board wants to add one, we would need to know that as well. As we get to redefining for this school year, we know that community engagement is necessary. We know that it must be a critical part of the process. We still would like to move to 3 regional type conversations as opposed to, I think we did like 13 individuals as a part of, collectively we did 13 meetings. The regionals, we only did 3, but we really would like to move this to more of a regional conversation, because one of the things that the board did tell us is that when we bring schools, we want to look at the schools that we actually want to have the conversations about, as opposed to bringing that cluster or broad swath of like 5 or 6 schools. Know which ones are the 1 or 2. So that's why we want to make the conversations a little bit more targeted. Obviously, we will continue to collaborate in a variety of ways with our municipal leaders and the business community as well. And then what we do always is encourage stakeholder participation throughout the entire process, and we want to be very respectful of the community's time as we move forward. And lastly, obviously, once we get some final direction, we will communicate some very clear timelines to the board, to the public, because we want to be as transparent as possible. We've already made some minor adjustments to the Redefining Our Schools website, as well as that is housed in demographics and enrollment planning, and we'll make some more edits after we get conversation and direction today. So this is our timeline that we are proposing. Obviously, we're here today. And then you'll see our timeline really has us with the board taking a formal vote on whatever is going to happen to particular schools, particular properties, have that vote happen in December, so that we can then work with families in the rest of December, the first half of January around school choice options and things of that nature. But our goal is to get out, to have the conversations, to do all of the actions necessary so that the board takes the vote in December. But whatever the board and whenever the board takes the vote, the actions as it relates to schools, again, will not be effective until the 27-28 school year. So on August 25th, we are going to come back to the board again, and this is what we are proposing that we come back to the board with at the August 25th conversation: the finalized list of schools to be addressed, community engagement plan, as well as the composition. And when I say composition, it's the actual advisory groups that the board wants on representation on the committee. The board, each board member will have a representative. The superintendent will have a representative. Last year, we had 7 advisories that had the chairperson or a representative. So we want to make sure which advisory groups the board wants to be a part of the committee, because then in September, we will bring the formal board resolution for the board to vote and codify that committee's membership and its purpose. So what we need direction on today are 4 things. Basically, the interest for the purchase of the land, that swath of land on the North Fork site. We want to make sure that the board wants us to continue to just look at option 1 and 3 for the Seagull campus. Look, some feedback, obviously, on the use of this facility, and then as it relates to the redefining our school's comprehensive process, timeline, composition, and community involvement. And with that, I think, Dr. Hepburn, we're ready for.
All right, sorry.
No, I was going to say we're ready for discussion, Madam Chair.
Well, first we'll go to public comment. I have Guillermo Mazon and Adam Murad. So please approach the podium.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you to the school board members, the school board staff. My name is Guillermo Mazon out of Miami, Florida, 33133. And I want to not only thank you for your time and effort on this workshop, but also congratulate you on your 3rd consecutive year being an A-rated district. So congratulations on that. I come here on behalf of Related Urban Development Group, and we support the district's consideration on repurposing their assets to provide, a great need for housing for the community. Related Urban specializes in public-private partnerships in Miami-Dade County and throughout the state of Florida, where we're familiar with the ground lease process, financial benefit packages, and to date we've completed over 40 projects, over 7,300 units that are affordable and workforce units. And one of those projects actually include a collaboration with Miami-Dade County School Board, where we partnered with them and we facilitated a development in Brickell, which was an area that needed an educational purpose, where they built a school that had affordable housing units for their staff. We were a part of that, and that's in addition to our, it's adjacent to our affordable workforce project next door. In addition to that, we are also working with the school board. We just finished a master development agreement for another development where it's a mixed-use development, and we're going to be rebuilding some educational uses alongside residential units that are affordable, workforce, and specifically for the school board staff. We're also working with the public health system, and we've partnered with a hospital in Miami-Dade County, and we're building approximately 1,000 units for the hospital system, their workforce, and their staff. So again, just want to reiterate our support for this consideration and this topic of repurposing the school, and I want to thank you guys again. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Dupree-Bruno.
Thank you for the comment. Next time I would ask that you please register as a lobbyist. We do have a formal policy that discusses that, and you can look on our website. Legislative Affairs can assist you as well, but there is a process for the board so that they know when they have a lobbyist. Thank you so much.
Mr. Hill?
Yes, we ask that you please speak with Armando, who just walked in the door, regarding that initiative to register for a lobbyist.
Thank you. And then I have Adam Murad.
Adam's actually part of
Okay, cool. All right, board discussion. I have Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to thank Dr. Wanza and her team for such a detailed presentation. I do want to make a few comments, but before I start, Dr. Wanza, in your closing, you mentioned there are 4 things you need consensus on. One was North Fork, the second was Seagull. I didn't hear the other 2. Could you repeat the other 2, please?
Yes, the third one, Dr. Holness, was we need feedback on the superintendent's recommendation for the use of the K.C. Wright building. And then we need feedback from the board around this year's redefining our schools process as we prepare to look at the schools that are going to be addressed, definitely the community engagement process, the timeline, and anything else that the board wants in the process.
Okay, great. So before I go into detail, Madam Chair, I'll just state where I stand on 3 of the 4 things Dr. Wanza mentioned. For North Fork, regarding the sale of that portion of land where there will be affordable housing provided to our teachers and staff for purchase, I think it would make sense for us to allow the sale of that property. I don't understand I think the process will be complicated if there's a lease and then we're building homes to be sold. I think it would make a lot more sense that we allow them to buy that portion of land where homes will be built for sale at an affordable price. So I am a yes for the purchase of that portion of North Fork where there would be the affordable housing for sale. For the Seagull, I am a yes for option 3. And I am also willing to continue to hear the benefits of option 1. For option 1, my concern, Madam Chair, is we are in financial constraints as far as a district. I believe the last time we discussed this, I wasn't quite clear as to the financial benefit of option 1. I understand there are other benefits, but I believe the position our district is in, we are heavily focused on how can we maximize the financial benefit of these properties that we have. I believe option 3 would provide greater financial benefit unless the staff can prove otherwise for option 1. Regarding option 1 as well, we are probably going to be looking at multiple other locations to repurpose, which could include closing. This property seems to be a prime property in Fort Lauderdale. I believe the District Safety, Security, and Emergency Preparedness Division could be placed in one of the other properties we're looking at, the other schools we're looking at in terms of repurposing, as opposed to this very prime property that we could get significant amount of funding as far as sale or land lease or public partnership. So I would much rather option 3 for the Seagull property until I am convinced that option 1 has some greater financial benefit. Regarding the KC Wright building, I am supportive of the superintendent's recommendation. I like it, and I can't wait for us to start getting some funds in for that. So I am fully supportive of that. So I have a few comments, Dr. Wanza. You mentioned the Broward Estates Elementary that was transitioned into Broward Estates Early Learning Center. I want to reiterate again my gratitude to Dr. Cannon, Ms. Freeman, and all those involved in this process, the superintendent and his team, because Broward Estates is a great success. I went to the move-up ceremony, and I saw the little ones moving up to kindergarten. And I remember when we had a discussion on this, we spoke about how the surrounding community, the pre-K kids were not kindergarten ready. In fact, the statistics were alarming, where only 1/3 of the students living in that area as far as pre-K were kindergarten ready. When I went to the move-up ceremony, I was told that 100% of the pre-Ks moving up were kindergarten ready and reading and ready for kindergarten. So it is a great success, and I know we had some pushback from the community, rightfully so, but I think the community should be now proud of the efforts that we've done at Broward Estates Elementary. And we will continue to have this kind of attention to all of the schools in Broward County that we are repurposing to make sure that it is utilized in a manner to benefit the community in a positive way. So thank you, Dr. Wanza, for that information. On page 6, let me just go to page 6, and I have a few comments, Madam Chair, if you don't mind. On page 6, let me just move up there. So on page 6, it shows that the pre-rollover enrollment for 2026-2027, and I can see that in the upcoming year, we're going to realize increase in enrollment as a result of our redefining efforts. So Dr. Wanza, I know this chart is specific to 5 schools shown here. I know there are other schools that were feeder for the schools that were redefined, such as Silver Palms, Lakeside, MLK, Walker, Thurgood Marshall, and so on. Do we have, or can we have data in the future for these schools that received students from repurposed schools to show the impact of our redefining efforts in increasing the enrollment of existing schools?
Go ahead, Dr. Watson.
Yes, Dr. Holness, we can certainly provide that. What we have been doing is looking actually weekly at the data to look at the impact, but we absolutely can provide that to the board, Dr. Holness.
Okay, so Dr. Wanza, in let's say our board meeting for September, when we have a better idea of student enrollment, I would love to see a chart that has all of the receiving schools, the feeder schools for the ones that we close or redefine. I would love to see the data on their enrollment, let's say around September, to show the impact, the positive impact of what we're doing in terms of increasing enrollment in existing schools.
So, Dr. Holness, we can certainly make that as a special call out, if you will, when we release the benchmark enrollment day memo, and we're going to release that around September 15th, because I think September 14th is the benchmark enrollment day. Don't quote me, but it's somewhere there, and we can actually do a special table, slide, information, whatever's appropriate, to really highlight the enrollment in those schools. But the answer to your question is yes, sir, we can do that.
Wonderful. And I'm looking forward to that, Dr. Wanza, especially I know Board Member Thompson and we kind of had a lot of our schools being impacted with repurposing, and we've had to field a lot of concerns from the public. I think having a chart that shows the progress that we've made and the positive impact on our existing schools as a result would be helpful in at least highlighting to the community that we're moving in the right direction as we continue to tackle the problem with declining enrollment in Broward County schools. So on page 17, Madam Chair, I have a few comments. Let's see. Regarding the property in Plantation of Hiatus Road and West Broward Boulevard, I know there were concerns with contaminants in the soil. It indicates here that, let's see, the VSRP requires the approval of Broward County before remedial action can begin, possibly June 2026. Madam Chair, could staff update, because June 2026 is gone, could we have update on what that is as of now?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Dr. Watson.
So the board did approve a couple of items in the June school board meeting, and so the work is set to begin. I believe it's in July, early August.
Okay, so Dr. Wanza, this work of basically cleaning up the contaminant, is it costing the district, and how much is that costing the district?
So we have Samantha Au. She is the task assigned director for real estate and facility planning, or facility planning and real estate. I'll let her answer that question, if that's okay, Dr. Hepburn.
Hello. We actually received a grant from FDEP to do the cleanup process. They're gonna, I guess, clean up to a commercial grade, and that work is being approved by the county.
Okay, so it's not costing us anything. We're receiving a grant to do that?
Correct.
Okay, and do we have numbers on what that grant is?
We can provide that in a follow-up, Dr. Holness. We can provide the follow-up, and we can provide even, how we acquired the grant and what the actual dollar amount and the outcomes for the grant are.
Okay, great. So I'd like to move on to slide number 18. In slide number 18, it shows here the facility, which is, I think this is in my city, the city of Sunrise, where staff will be relocated and the facility will be sold. Do we have any information on whether or not the staff, all members of staff, have already been relocated, or what's the timeline for this relocation to take place?
So some of the staff has been relocated, very small amount. This will probably take place in the first half of this school year. This is the TSSC and the TSSC Annex. So in the TSSC Annex is where we have the benefits department. In TSSC is where we have food service, we have our technology staff, we have our school board police operations, a part of that staff is there. And so what the team was doing first was ensuring that we had all of the schools that had to be moved, the furniture, everything to ensure that the schools that were repurposed, that any movement that had to take place with those facilities were done first, and they were done right, and they were done well. Then the next phase now is to now start on the relocation of district staff. So those employees, you'll see some of them are going to move to the Plantation Middle School complex. Some are going to move to the Panther Run complex, and then some may even occupy a floor on this in this very building once we start the transition of moving staff out of this building. And because we obviously met with Dr. Hepburn, Ms. Dupree Bruno, as well as Mr. Magley, to determine how they want their spaces designated here in this building, and then that informs the other staff of how we're going to move out of that. We will move out of this building, but some of the staff have moved, and most of the departments know where they will be moving to.
Okay, so Dr. Wanza, I appreciate that information. So are you able to tell us today when all staff will be out of those buildings?
So I can't tell you today. I'll have to work with Mr. Dorsett and his team on a follow-up, because one of the things that we did have to do was look at procuring the services of some people, some outside vendors, because it is a lot of staff that has to move. And so I do believe that on the on the July 28th board agenda, there is an item that will contemplate us getting some assistance in doing this. We can't tell you today the exact date that everybody will be out, but it is our goal to have everything done before the beginning of the calendar year.
Okay, and when just for the public information, when you say calendar year, which specific year are you referring to?
July of 2020, I'm sorry, January of 2027.
Okay, so the goal is to have all of the staff out of those buildings by January 2027?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, so I have some more questions. On page 24, you know, I'm looking at the data for Broward County Public Schools in the last 10 years, as opposed to charter schools and private schools. We're looking at from 2015-16 to 2025-26. And as everyone can see, Broward County has seen a significant decline in enrollment. Charter schools have seen an increase in enrollment, and private schools certainly went from 40,000 to almost 60,000. Charter schools went from 43 to 48. We've declined significantly. And it's always been my position that we can start to increase enrollment, but I believe we have to do certain things that may be bold and brave. I appreciate the fact that we have Hallandale being a model like Pompano. I strongly believe, and I know that I brought an item that failed, but I also still strongly believe that we need to have one of those in the central area. I believe it's a missed opportunity to increase enrollment in Broward County Public Schools. We have no such model in the central area. We are redefining schools. We're closing some schools. I can tell you I've spoken to some of the council members in some of the cities, such as Plantation, and other community leaders, and they strongly believe that having a Pompano Beach type school in the central area would actually enable us to win students back from some of these private schools in the surrounding area. I've mentioned American Heritage, Pinecrest, St. Thomas, but until we make that bold and brave move to have a central location to win those students back. I just believe it's a missed opportunity to increase enrollment. And I do hope in the future maybe the board will reconsider. I am strongly of the belief that Hallandale will be successful. I felt that we could do it simultaneously, but I'm still eager to try to bring that back in the future to see if the board would entertain a central location for a Pompano Beach type school to increase enrollment, because we can see here private school enrollment are going up, charter schools are going up, Broward County Public Schools going down. Private schools, where are they getting those students from? Likely from us, like same as charter schools. So I think competing with them is essential, and I'm not sure if we're doing that at the moment as effectively as we should. So those are just comments regarding that. I just want to talk about page 27, Madam Chair, and I'm almost done. On page 27, Dr. Wanza, I see the options here that are being presented. I certainly like option 1. In fact, I see option 1 as the first step of a process that would involve option 3 and 4. I don't like option 2. I think we directed the superintendent to look at replacement schools, and option 1 certainly embraced that. Whereby 2 or 3 elementary or schools are closed, or any school for that matter, then we can construct a larger facility as the new school for the repurposed sites. Now, when we do repurpose those sites, they're going to be remaining sites that we need to decide what to do with those, right? So that's where I think it's a process involved in option 3 and 4. Where those remaining sites, we can first look at whether or not we want to lease those facilities, we want to have a partnership, and if we can't get traction for that, then we move to option 4, where we look for sale for those properties. So, Dr. Wanza, could you speak to that suggestion in terms of option 1, 3, and 4 being a process, where the first step in the process would be option 1. The second step would be the remaining campuses that are not being used for option 3. And if option 3 is not working, then we move to option 4 to dispose of those properties. Would you be able to provide your input, or Dr. Hepburn, on how that would look?
Yeah, I'll start conversation, then I'll let Dr. Wanza kind of add. This isn't, as it is, it's not a linear process or option. Like you, when we look at a property or look at a school that we're trying to repurpose or close, we're not starting with 1 and then going to 2, and if 2 doesn't work, then go to 3. This is more of options for that specific facility that is beneficial for the community, the district, the students. So it's more about having defined options as we start discussing specific sites and seeing what's the best option for that site. Another site may, the benefit may be for option 1 because we have a certain number of students in, they may benefit from building a replacement school, or another site may be totally different. They may not have any students, continuous decline and not enough students coming in. So it may be advantageous for the board to surplus the property or do a P3. So it's not a linear process. It's more so of having different options to choose from based on that specific site that may be impacted by redefining.
Okay, Dr. Hepburn. So maybe I am not understanding what I'm looking at, because option 1 says we look at 2 or 3 schools to consolidate into 1 school. So if we have school 1, 2, and 3, and we are going to consolidate school 2 and 3 into school 1, then now we're going to have school site 2 and 3 that are there. And we're going to have to decide what to now do with site 2 and 3, because there's no more school being there. Is that, am I interpreting option wrong, incorrectly?
Yes, yes, Dr. Holiness. So I'll try and make an example. Let's say we have one school site that is up for redefining discussion, and then the school site B is up for discussion as well. Depending on that site, school site A may have a myriad of students available, if we consolidate them into one school, but also needing to build a replacement school because the school is a pre-1960s building and we're still pouring a lot of money just to get it up to standard. School site B may not have any incoming enrollment based on the demographer's assessment over the next 10 plus years. It's in a community that's transitioning to more commercial than single family homes and things like that. So option 3 may be a benefit for that site versus option 1. So it's more of looking at what cards do you have in your hand when you actually are trying to repurpose that site. What is the best option for this specific site? So it's not a linear process. It is what's the best option for an individual site when it comes to closing that campus to traditional student use.
Understand. So you're asking us then to approve these 4 options as possibilities for any given school?
No, this isn't part of what Dr. Mwanza and the team and myself need feedback on. This is more of letting the board know here's 4 specific options that we've laid out for us when we go through redefining for specific sites. If the board, and that doesn't have to be an answer for today, if the board sees fit that they want to add an additional option for us to consider in the future when we start these discussions back up in the next month or so, we would gladly add that. But this is for options that we will exercise as we're reviewing sites for discussion and potential closure and repurpose.
Okay, great. Now I understand. So these are 4 options that you're providing as information that could be possibly exercised with board approval for specific sites.
That's correct.
Okay, got it. All right, so let me just move on to my final comment on page 31. Okay, so for board direction, Dr. Wanza, North Fork is a yes. Seagull is a yes for option 3. And KC Wright Building, I agree with the superintendent's recommendation. And lastly, Dr. Hepburn, as we go into the next school year, I want, and I know I've said it before, but the schools that are feeder schools for the ones we repurpose, please assure us that you will, and you are making every effort to ensure the aesthetic appeal of those schools, and they're ready for incoming students and parents as far as just basic things. The lawn is cut, the building is painted, the cafeteria flooring looks nice, basic repairs are done, there's no potholes in the parking lots, stuff like that. Because, for example, Plantation High receiving kids from Plantation Middle, I want to make sure those parents coming in from Plantation Middle, they're happy going over to Plantation High School. So can you just speak to assuring all of us that those schools are ready to receive these incoming students from the ones we repurpose?
Yes, absolutely. I can provide that level of assurance. The team has been working with principals on a biweekly basis just to make sure receiving schools are ready and aesthetically pleasing and tackling as many issues as possible during the summer to receive students.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I move on to the next board member, I did want to, since Dr. Holness is not here in person, I'd like to, without objection, declare that Dr. Zeman be vice chair. Is there any objection to that? All right. Thank you. Ms. Bowman? It was actually Ms. Thompson.
Thank you. For Cis Trunk Rising, as I said the last meeting, I'm supportive of selling the small piece of land. I think having the opportunity for attainable home ownership in our community is so important, and if we're able to offer that, we should take every step to go forward with that. For Seagull options, I'm option 3, similar to what Dr. Holness's comments are, and that we are trying to make sure that we have a school system that can thrive, and so we need to move in every direction to make that possible. I am in agreement with the KCW building leasing out. I didn't see in the presentation, how much is that going to cost to get like a real estate agent to lease that?
So I think the solicitation is finalized or in its final steps to bring to the board to approve that solicitation for the commercial real estate agent or agency. So I think that's coming up actually at the next board meeting, if I'm not mistaken, or the one in August. But the cost structure most likely is a commission for sale or commission also for lease.
And have staff taken into consideration that we'll now be like the landlord to these tenants, so we'll have to do maintenance?
Yes.
Is there going to be added cost of kind of like a property manager for the levels, or how is that going to roll out?
I don't have all the specifics on all the strategies, but it'll be a turnkey operation. We already have our security, we already have maintenance in the building, so all those key components we already have here. And so that'll be reflected in the cost to actually lease the space.
So we're not anticipating any hidden costs or surprises or major renovations we're going to have to do?
That would be billed to suite by leasee.
Okay.
Yes. And they pay us for the build out.
Okay. And then it's just some comments in general. I think, Dr. Holness is on the right track. We need to make our schools competitive, and just reminding the IB pathway for Fairway Elementary. I would like an update on the Fairway Elementary playground. I know Mr. Dorsett isn't here right now. The last thing I was told was October. I just want to make sure that we are still on that pathway for that new school. Does anyone have an update for that?
Dr. Hepburn?
I know Ms. Coley's here. I don't know if she has an update. If not, we could provide a follow-up. Okay, we'll do a follow-up. I'm taking note of that for you, Ms. Thompson.
Okay, and then I think another thing to consider when we're supporting our schools and our teachers and students through this transition is how we're advertising that we help them. I think I had brought a board item that we were going to do impact bargaining with the teachers. We were going to make sure that they got moved in or settled. Can I get an update on how we supported teachers and staff through this transition?
Go ahead, Dr. Lozano.
Can you repeat that question, please?
Yes, so I think one of the concerns from the community when we're going through redefining is making sure that we're supporting the teachers and staff that have been reshuffled due to this. One of the items that I had brought was to do impact bargaining. We also talked about making sure that teachers' family members were reassigned accordingly, that if they needed help moving their district property to their new school, we were helping with that. There were several things that we listed, and I had heard that not all of that came to fruition, so I would like staff's feedback on that.
Yeah, so we worked with the teaching and learning directors. Mark Dorsett's team also coordinated, so as issues and concerns were brought up, whether it was an individual school or an individual staff, whether it was a HR issue or a location issue, we were addressing those accordingly. And as of today, I don't have any outstanding current issues that have come to me regarding staff or locations.
Okay.
Nice job. And I can speak to the school choice piece. Yes. We absolutely worked with our employees around if it was the actual school that they were moving to, if they needed the closest school, and we absolutely worked with our families on the school choice piece.
Yes, and I heard rave reviews from our staff, especially our ESE's department's ability to get parents into a program they felt was safe and best fit for their kids. I also just wanted to have a conversation about how we're approaching these community meetings, because I think in the past we went in from this angle of we want to hear from you guys, like what you want. We're not really sure. There was still the narrative that we knew what was happening before it was voted on. But I think by this point, at least definitely in my district, like we know what needs to be done. So what is going to be the approach of the district so that parents don't feel like, well, why would I even come to a meeting because you guys already know?
So I'll start this conversation and let Dr. Wanza finish up. I heard both sides, right, at the community meetings. We got feedback when we didn't come with ideas, and we got feedback when we actually had ideas. So it's going to be a balance. We're going to come with some options as well, based on our assessment and opportunities for that specific site, and then we'll also listen to feedback from the community to actually address any specific needs or any unique ideas that they present to us that we haven't thought about. So I think it has to be a balance because we heard feedback from both angles when we did both. So good balance.
I'll just just to put a bow on what Dr. Hepburn said, I think the slight difference this time is we won't do the boil the ocean concept, right? And what I mean by that is we have a list of 5-8 schools in an area that we want to be concentrated on where it is. This is the conversation, and working with the board, listening to the board, listening to the community. So now this is the recommendation that we have. And I think that, the more that our parents and our communities have begun to see and understand that, we're just not picking on a particular school, so to speak, and this isn't unique to Broward County. Our colleagues to the south voted in June and closed 9 schools. This isn't something that's unique to us, and I think that our public is coming more with the mindset of, okay, we know that this is happening, but can we tell you how we would like to see it happen or here, and I think that'll be one of the stark differences this time.
And I think another important element, especially when you bring up the school to the south, is they also voted or had to vote for 5 schools of choice to move into their high schools. So that is still a consideration that needs to be prominent in the community of what's happening with funding, what's happening on a federal level. And I think it's not only staff's job, but board members' jobs to educate the public on why we're having to make these difficult decisions. And then, did I cover all the 4 things you needed feedback on? Siegel, Sistrunk, KCW.
So maybe not for today, but we want the board to be thinking in there to give us direction on which actual board-appointed committees do you want represented on the School Boundary Advisory Committee? Which actually, and again, last year, you all gave us 7, and that'll put us at 17, and that's fine. We just want to make sure that when we bring the resolution, we reflect what the board said they would want to see on that committee.
Is there going to be a meeting, or do you need this more or less?
So when we come to the August 25th workshop is where we will do the final, but we want you to start, we wanted to actually tee it up in your minds.
Okay. And then can I get an update on Glades and where we're at?
Mr. Dorsett, that's his baby right now. He's not here.
It's also my baby.
I know, but I don't know if Ms. Coley has any specific information.
Good morning, Sonia Copley. We are currently in the design development phase. The architect has submitted a conceptual design, so we gave the go-ahead to proceed to design development. So we should have that ready and hopefully permitted by October.
So we're in good pace. It's the design part that usually takes a lot of time, so we're in good pace to get some things done.
And I really appreciate that. I think the community appreciates that as well. And then my last thing, I was going to mention this, and I probably will re-mention it at the end of the meeting. I'm actually doing a beautification blitz throughout District 2, which is impacting all the schools on that list are schools that are impacted by redefining. So Dr. Holness had brought up, is the district making sure that these schools are pretty and ready to step in, and they're doing an amazing job. Dorsett and David, and I'm going to forget everyone else, but they are doing a great job making sure that these issues are addressed quickly. But I wanted to invite my colleagues to participate in that. I'm going to print out a flyer and bring it down at the end of the meeting. But all of these schools, the first week will be the beautification, the curb appeal, all of that. And then the second week is the week that teachers come back. So we're going to be helping these teachers move in that might have been resettled for another school. And then on August 1st at 8:30 at Fairway Elementary, we're having a community day where it will be a beautification project and also a welcome to the community, because as you guys remember, we closed Sunshine Elementary and all of those families are being rebounded to Fairway. I think it would show a lot of support if we could get the superintendent at Fairway on Saturday at 8:30, and also my colleagues for any of those events, because I think when we move forward with this next rendition, if we can show people that we don't just say that we care, we truly care. And I know everyone's schedules, so I'm not trying to shame anyone, but I would really appreciate the support, and I think the community would as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for your continued work on this. I'm very impressed just with the way that the process has been moving along. You know, we've been getting a lot of questions recently, and it's nice to be able to answer them in a very proactive way that the district's been very proactive. And so I think in terms of, you know, putting staff into schools, renting out Casey, right? Things of that nature. And I think, you know, the more that we can kind of communicate that this is happening, the better, because of recurring criticisms that are you know, it's like, we're already doing this. And it was you know, the fact that we were doing this before so that we were in a good position to have solutions to fill space, I think is just, I really commend you for that. So good job. But I do think we need to let the people know that that's happening, because again, I'm looking at these, the surplus property, and people I've just seen kind of complaining about, you know, when are we selling this? But obviously we've been going through the process. So just to that point, so just, you know, for 17 and 18 with what is the real timeline between the time that we identify a property that we are going to surplus and when we can actually sell it? And I think that's something that the public needs to know too, because there's quite a process involved in that.
So what we can do, in Mr. Dorsett's absence, we will work on a follow-up where we go in policy 8030 and actually map out what a timeline is from the time that the board declares that, yep, we want to surplus this process, and what we have to do as far as a plant survey and all of the things statutorily that must be done before the RFP, or if the board, you know, directs the superintendent to begin a direct negotiation, so we'll look at policy 8030 and we will actually map that out and provide that in a
And I think just some bullet points, just so the public understands, you know, we've identified the properties, but it's going to take some time before we actually get them to their next use, whether we're going to sell it or repurpose it for something else. So thank you. One thing that you opened the presentation with, what is the status on procuring the master planner? Has that gone out for?
No, that actually goes out end of this month. So the scope of work is pretty much finalized, so we can get that out. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And then kind of in the same process, when we're talking about leasing space in a facility, now say we're not leasing the entire campus or entire building, but we were just leasing a part of it. Is that, I think did we pass that policy? We haven't passed it. Is it coming up on the 28th? Does that require, I can't remember off the top of my head, would that require competitive, you know, leasing, or is that something where someone can just make an offer and we can lease the property to them without?
So I'm looking at the superintendent and the general counsel, and they may defer, but so I can talk about, for example, we have a couple of lease agreements, if you will, with entities that are around in kind because of the services that they are providing to our students, to our families on our property. One of the ones that, come to mind right away, we just did one with the Journey Institute at Broward Estates. We have one with community-based connections for like the clinic spaces up at Blanche Ely High School, as well as William Dandy Middle School. So what we would do is we would actually have to have the conversation to see what the board's appetite is for a particular space. And I know that the board has been telling us here recently that they really are in the position of looking at market rates for leases. And so we would have to get direction from the board if a particular entity wanted to lease a space, if you will, in a building that we will still retain ownership and occupancy of part of the building.
So, and I don't have a problem with that, the in-kind. I was just thinking more if, say, we have a potential tenant that wants to take space. Do we have any obligation to offer that as space to other, is it a first come, first served basis, basically? Are we going to operate as though we're just a general,
Thank you, Madam
like
Chair.
we have commercial property, and then if someone comes and we
Madam
want to lease it to them, we can?
Yeah, this is not like a procurement process. It will be first come, first serve. We'll get market rates, and whoever's interested, they can come in and say that they're interested, and we negotiate a lease agreement.
Okay, great, thank you. And then, so something that I think we might benefit from, the P3 idea. I know we had a workshop about that when we were talking about the Dave Thomas site, but I don't know if we really talked about what a P3 is and what that means. So that I think, and I don't know if that would be a workshop or just, some kind of a memo that explains kind of the benefits and then the potential non-benefits of, the benefits of going in a different direction, so that we're making informed decisions about how, and I think that it's nuanced, and so some sites would benefit more from a P3 versus, doing a land lease or whatever, we're doing. So I don't know if that would be a workshop we could do. So I just think the board needs to be educated on what we're looking at before we make major decisions on land. Does anyone else agree with that?
Certainly. So we can draft a briefing for the board to go over P3s, true definitions, benefits, detriments to the district, and the services we provide to communities and students. And then we can look at the workshop calendar, because we sometimes load workshops up and try to get things on. And then we can look at the workshop calendar to see if we can find a date to be more specific, and probably just squeezing in with one of the redefining workshops, to be honest, to put it in there.
Okay.
Yeah, but we'll send a briefing first and then follow up with a workshop.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. And then, okay, so let's see. So in terms of your questions that you had, all right. So if we are selling the property for Sistrunk Rising, would that be with the idea that the properties would be sold to our employees, or would this be offered up to the entire community?
So it's my understanding, the way their proposal is written, the priority is given to district employees.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I would support that if it's very explicit that we're giving priority to district employees. And I guess we'd have to figure out kind of what that would look like. Okay. Okay, and then the Casey Wright, I think, I support this movement. I'm glad that we can say that we're doing this for the, I noticed on the slide that it said that the Bright Star lease is expiring. So is that so that's currently occupied by Broward Education Foundation, or what are we doing?
So the Bright Star space is the bank right here on the southeast corner.
Okay.
Right outside, and people from the courthouse and all different access the bank. Way back, Subway used to be down there.
Okay, so
Right.
so you don't anticipate a problem with us right now. Okay, great. Okay, cool. We'll find the best tenant for that. And then the Seagull campus question, we still don't have any information to make a decision. So I would love to see a little bit more analysis on, the use of for the safety and security and what that would cost and what, the benefits are to the community and for training. And then, kind of pending the memo about the P3s and what we want to, because we still have to think about it, with a P3, you're still adjacent to that school. So I just like to see more information on that. And then I guess we'll get back to you with the committee. But I do think that, kind of consolidating the process is a good idea at this point. And I agree with Ms. Thompson that Mr. Dorsett and his team has been doing a great job preparing the schools for reopening. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't, I thought I didn't capture Ms. Bullman's feedback, but I did. Go ahead, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn, I submitted a question a couple months ago asking about how many positions are we short for providing music, art, PE, and a full-time librarian to every one of our 128 elementary schools in Broward County. The answer back from your staff, which I appreciate, was very, very prompt and thorough, amazingly detailed, absolutely wonderful response, was we were 12 positions out of 24,000 employees in Broward County short of being able to make a commitment to everybody in Broward County that if you send your kids to a Broward County public school, elementary school, they're going to get music, art, PE, and full-time librarian in their school. I know that you've been working on this along with Ms. Johnson and others to see about the best way to do this. Can we accelerate any announcements that we have about that so that we can get the word out as soon as possible to people that are making decisions about enrolling their students?
Yeah, we can accelerate. We'll actually have a final answer this week. We met earlier this week to kind of go through what I would probably say semi-final decision making, just to make sure we're taking the best path forward to ensure that we can afford that opportunity to students at every school. But we'll have a final and the strategy of how we're going to do so this week.
Terrific. I was trying to jump the shark a little bit, but I'll wait until the report comes out, so that's fine. I also asked a question, Mr. Superintendent, about what's the reasonable limit on repurposing? You've been public about at least 10. I want to remind everybody that's listening that we are repurposing schools because of the very first reason that's listed in Policy 810, Section 5, Letter A, Number 1, which is we can repurpose in order to balance the books of Broward County Public Schools. This board cannot say we want to pay teachers what they deserve. We cannot say that we're dealing with this rapid decline in enrollment and the concomitant decline in revenue, and then make decisions about giving away land, giving away property, giving away houses, without recognizing what impact there is on the general fund. And so, Mr. Superintendent, when I asked the question, not the first question about music and art and PE and a librarian, but the second question about what the reasonable limit is, do you remember what the staff's response was in terms of elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools that could be done under the conditions that we had generally used before?
No, I don't remember the specific number.
Thank you for paying attention to my questions, Mr. Superintendent. But 13 elementary schools, 8 middle schools, and 1 high school. And the reason I bring that up at the beginning of my remarks is the superintendent has said at least 10. I get that. Each school reduces our fixed costs by $1.5 to $5 million of recurring general fund revenue every year. Again, if you're talking to the public about paying teachers what they deserve, if you're talking about giving students what they need, if you're talking about having schools that are closer to capacity, which in general deliver high-quality academic, high-quality social and emotional learning in their schools better than low-enrolled schools, These are things that we have to look hard at. And I think that my question was intended to establish an upper limit, and I hope that people in the community and people on this board and your staff, Mr. Superintendent, recognize that adjacent school capacity, moving to a school that has higher academic performance, and limiting the impact on those that are affected, while at the same time affecting all those other students we almost never talk about, which is the students then that get to go to one of our remaining schools, which is higher academic performing, better facilities clearance, and just overall better operating schools. There is a tremendous benefit to the community, let alone the people who use the land that we free up for a higher and better use. When you think about the property at North Fork opening up, and I'm sorry if I forget the number yet, I think there's 300 affordable or workforce housing units that are being planned on North Fork. Is that correct?
I think that's in the ballpark, yes, sir.
Right. So if you have 2 or 3 people per housing unit, Mr. Severa, what's 3 times 300? 900, I think, right? 900 Broward County residents. Yeah, I'm the math guy. No, I thought I'd throw you a bone. 900 people who are now going to have a better place to live on a major transportation corridor in the middle of the beautiful city of Fort Lauderdale. You know, there's goodness that happens when we repurpose. I think, Mr. Superintendent, the community, as my board colleagues have pointed out, are a little bit frustrated with the speed and agility, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit today. To Ms. Bowman's point about the process, I really, really appreciate you bringing that up. There's one piece to that that I think this board has some housekeeping to do on, which is at the beginning of this process, we have yet to bring a board item that we can discuss, make motions about, clarify, and pass with a vote that says that this is what we intend to do with the land. Let's be clear about what we're doing at North Fork. At North Fork, we are not selling for market rates. We are selling for a dramatically discounted rate to allow for affordable and workforce housing to come in. If you want full market value, sell it to a developer and let them come and do market-based with some affordable workforce according to the local rules on land use. But we need to look at that when it comes back. So my vote on Sistrunk Rising, let's look at what the numbers are coming back. On the land, I'm going to drop a bomb today. You ready? Has anyone talked to the city of Fort Lauderdale about making that land a park? Has anyone noticed that there is no park on the North Fork of the North River to service the thousands of people who are living in high density right across the street? I grew up on the backside of Sistrunk Rising. I lived at Carter Park. That's why I went to Dillard Elementary School. That's why I went to Lauderdale Lakes Elementary School. On the backside of that park, there's a beautiful area around Carter Park. Kids from all over my neighborhood growing up were at Carter Park every day at school. We didn't even go home. We'd go from school to Carter Park, and we'd play basketball, we'd play football, we'd run around. I remember being in kindergarten, and my parents didn't even know where I was till dinner time because I had older brothers and sisters. But on the other side, over on the North Fork Elementary School, there is no park. And it sure would be great if someone thinks about maybe the city of Fort Lauderdale would like to buy that land and make it into a waterfront park. Think about the affordable workforce housing people that will be living in that high density area, the people that are staying in that hotel, and the thousands of people that live right behind there in very, very high density. I think they're all rental apartments. They may be condos now, but I think it's a very high density apartment area right behind there. And they have no park on their side of the river. And so it's just something that I'd like to think a little bit about. Because we've got to make sure that we develop that land in a way.
So may I just add that so I do know that in the proposal that the board did receive from Sistrunk Rising, they do contemplate putting a park for public use, and that I just want to put that there. I know that they have the housing and all of that, but there is the concept of a park in the proposal that they presented as well.
And their park is, you know, a pocket park around some remains that may or may not be there. What I'm talking about is reflection of the fact that riverfront property in Broward County is scarce as hen's teeth. And so where you have waterfront property, you got to make sure you do something that accentuates the public access to the waterway. And when you sell it as housing, you are delimiting that access because the owner of the house has access to the waterway. That's great. If you live on the water, that's wonderful. I like the idea of the community being able to come down and access that historic riverfront property. It's just, I think, worth examining. I have not talked to anybody about it. It's not my job to do that. But part of my job is to throw out ideas and see if, in fact, you know, that might make some sense down the road. So to Ms. Bowman's point, when the process comes back, Ms. Bowman, I think there is some thought we might want to give to our policy You know, if the community is concerned about speed and agility, we have policies that are slow and bureaucratic. Right now, when we asked about an appraisal for a property, the formal answer came back and said the best we can do is 2.5 months. I can get a commercial appraiser in 2 hours. Not 2.5 months. I can close on a commercial property and get a full appraisal in 2 hours. It's so accurate, it'll make your eyes water. We have created a system that makes this very slow. And what's the cost to us? We delay the amount of money that we get back, and we delay the decision making. I also think, Mr. Superintendent, if you don't mind a formal follow-up, I think we need to do more about repurposing the beginning in board meetings. We need to make formal votes, formal decisions, formal discussions. And in general, what I think we ought to make a decision about early on is what is the plan for the property. The city comes and talks to us, the county might come and talk to us, local businesses may come and talk to us, maybe some constituents even come talk to us. At some point, I think this board could give you direction and say, this needs to be a regional library, this needs to be a transportation hub, this maybe needs to be a park because it's on the waterfront. Then your staff has enough working space, you know, to go out and find out some more. So could I ask that as a follow-up, Dr. Epper?
As far as specificity of the follow-up, what's the information that you actually need?
The question is, what would be appropriate for the board to decide early on in repurposing so that your staff has the right and left margins about what the board thinks that the land should be used for? In some cases, we'll say whatever makes the most money. In some cases, we'll say we hear from the community, we hear from the city, hear from the county, hear from business leaders. We talk about it, we make some motions, and we say it ought to be this. It ought to be affordable workforce housing for our staff. It ought to be something, but we need to know more information. But in general, we get going down the road. We're at the point now where we're negotiating to see what we're going to get from the people who have made a great proposal about Sistrunk Rising. But we haven't really explored kind of the loss of revenue we're going to have because we're using this as affordable workforce housing for our staff. So to me, I want to make sure that we agree as a board that we agree that this is the highest and best use for any land that we're disposing of. And then to Ms. Bowman's process point, we ought to create a policy or accept the policy we have, if the board wants to, that just says, you know, we're going to go super slow and bureaucratic, you know, in terms of moving out on this land. Right now, whether it's 10 or somewhere between 10 and 22 repurposings for this year, there's going to be a lot of work for the staff to do on disposing of property through any one of the methods that we've talked about. And there's a lot of really, really great ones. But I think that the board needs to get past just talking about these things at workshops where we talk and get consensus. And where I see a decision point is when we have to kind of give you direction about, you know, what is our concept, what's our highest and best use for that land. So if you just consider that and come back with us, I'd really appreciate it.
You want to add something?
I think I can answer it now.
Oh, go for it.
Yeah. So when we go through all these workshops, right, and get direction from the board, public input, all of that, and then the superintendent brings a formal recommendation that the board votes on. So in one of the items, it'll say, you know, that the board votes to repurpose XYZ Middle School for another district use. No, it's right there in the board item. The board has voted to repurpose Blue, Yellow, Green Middle School as a P3 opportunity with, and then they're make the motions, do the, I think it is, we've heard, we've done, and now the superintendent is bringing a formal recommendation based on all the conversations that we've had, and then.
And I appreciate that as a description of the current process. What I'm suggesting is that we consider something that's different, where early in the process, the board makes a decision about what the highest and best use of the land is, and then we have workshop discussions within that so that we end up within a much closer proximity to what it is. I feel as a board member, just to put it out there, that we talk and talk and talk and get consensus, and before too long, we're all of a sudden making very, very detailed decisions about things when in the beginning, as a board, we weren't able to use the board's authority to say, look, if you're going to dispose of this property, here's what we like, or here's two options that we like, and give you direction so that then you have the board stamp of approval at the very beginning about where we go. Then the workshop conversations are much more bounded, and the board has an opportunity to tell the superintendent what we think the best options are going forward.
I like the conversation, Dr. Zeman. So conceptually, let's I'm gonna throw out a school that we've already redefined. Let's say Palm Cove. Let's say, just processing the discussion. So Palm Cove, instead of going through what we've gone through, we will bring Palm Cove to the board first and make a decision on best use if we want to surplus or if we want to transition it to another district use. And then staff would go out to community meetings and, as such, and discuss options based on what the board says is the best use.
I think that that would allow the board to have the authority that's vested in state law for the board, and it allows your staff then to work. There's an earlier comment about what are we going to say when we go out to the community, and I think a wonderful answer was, we're going to talk about things in a very tight shot group of what the art of the possible is and kind of around that. I think that the board needs to have the authority to say at the very beginning that this school could either be this, because we really feel strongly about this site. We're getting tons of input from the city, and the city and us, have a very shared kind of objective of what we're doing. And so we agree with the city in this one case that it ought to be that. And then the staff has the ability to kind of work within that, and then we don't get any surprises that just happened as a result of a lot of, I would say, less formal, kind of votes along the way. I just would view it as a much closer thing. I'll give you one example. I get a lot of calls about people shocked that we're selling a piece of land. And I'm like, how do you not know? Like, don't you listen to school board meetings? And they're like, hey, every organization in the world, if they're selling land, they list it in a commercial listing place. You guys don't do that. Well, we need to do that. Because if there's a buyer out there and if the board has said, all we want to do with this land in Plantation, for example, almost 12 acres, beautiful piece of property, we're going to clean it up. Thank you for getting the grant. Whoever in the grant space did that, that's wonderful. Thanks for DEP for providing the money. But why isn't that listed on a commercial site? Because we can get hundreds of people coming and looking at that, and they can put together their own ideas about what they would like to do. I disagree with our general counsel wholeheartedly that first come, first serve is a good idea. I just do. I don't feel like we want to sell land for whoever shows up and knocks on Casey Wright first in the morning. I doubt that was the intent of the answer, but I'm afraid people heard that we're going to do first serve.
Just talking about leases.
I don't care if we're talking about leasing, selling, or giving it away. I don't think we get to the right person on the other side of the relationship if we have first come, first serve. I don't understand that concept in terms of a business practice. I understand highest and best use. I understand competitive solicitations. The marketplace works. Why? The marketplace works because the person who values the land the most will pay you the most. And so the land gets to the highest and best use. When you limit competition, when you limit the bidders, when you do anything like first come, first serve, you're not doing what the community needs or what this district needs in terms of financial redress. So I feel like, and this is a board, not a person, but I feel like earlier in the process, if we have an ability to do it as a board item for what we think either one idea or multiple ideas are for any surplus property, I think that the path forward is going to be more efficient. I believe if we do 10 or whatever number we do repurposings this year, we need to have, to Ms. Bowman's point, a process that is consistent with what we need to do. I'm calling you out if you want to interrupt.
Just to clarify, the first come first serve was on leasing space inside of a facility,
I'm with you,
not selling.
I don't like first come first serve for leasing individual places.
In a period of time, if you had a.
I'm stating my opinion. Okay. I've never seen anything that does first come first serve that gets to the right people. All it does is get to the people who are willing to stand in line at 3 a.m. That's not who I want.
It might not be the right way to refer to it, the most accurate way to refer to it. But in any kind of process, if you're selling a piece of property or renting or leasing a piece of property, you advertise it, and then
first person that strikes your price,
the best deal
I'm down.
comes along.
Yeah. I just don't want the public to be confused that we're going to, consider. I would not consider using that concept as a way of finding the right people to lease a property or buy a property. If there's a condition and it's a price and first that applies that can pay the price, that's great. Right. But I just want to clear that. I don't think it's
if you're paying the right price. Because otherwise, if we open it up forever, then we're never going to lease anything because that'll take longer, I think.
I think we should list property that's for sale to the general public, because there's a lot of people out there that would like to buy property and they don't know that our stuff is for sale. So that's great. Let me answer a few of the specific questions on Casey Wright. Another disagreement I have maybe with the consensus here, but I have for 4 years and I will forever remind us that we work in spaces that our staff does not have the ability to use. We have a palace on a river in downtown Fort Lauderdale. I would rather be at a recycled school site where we can follow the Pentagon's process, and I would put lots of staff on a school site in commercially available space so that everybody that works for Broward County Schools as an administrator, works for the superintendent, the chief auditor, or the general counsel, can be in one place. That's possible on a school campus. There are school campuses in the middle of Broward County. I mean, I live right down the street, so this is great for me. But for Adams constituents, for constituents that live in Parkland and Deerfield Beach, this is not a convenient space. I do not like Broward County Schools as a government agency living in a 14-story Crystal Palace in downtown Fort Lauderdale, and I always will oppose that. I don't believe government agencies should have space like this. What's the evidence in favor of getting rid of this? Mr. Superintendent, what's the market value of Casey Wright?
I think what was the market value? Was it 70, 60? It was 85 million?
Yeah, what would it cost to build a
It's about 85 million.
What would it cost to build? I mean, we just spent $99 million rebuilding all of Fort Lauderdale High School, right? Now, that was years ago, so I'm sure it's double that now. But $85 million, I think, will build a brand new middle school at least. Yeah. So that's why I think, you know, we got to think hard about this. I hope this is a transition. We can lease, you know, floors at a time right now if we find people that are willing to do that. But I also think long-term, we need to be in Central County. We need to be in a space that looks like it was made for a school board, a humble school board that is in dire need of more money. We continue to make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. When we come to work every day in this building, it looks like, you know, we're not, you know, being consistent with the things that we're saying. So that's just my own view of this building. So short-term, great. Long-term, I hope we find a way to repurpose a campus so that we can drive onto a campus every day to remind us who we serve here, which are students and families who are enrolled in our schools. Mr. Superintendent, when do we collect cash for the $14 million minus closing costs that we're going to get from Broward Health?
So I know that we were there was a request for, there were some signature pages and things that the superintendent and the board chair had to sign. We will give you a follow-up by the end of today, Dr. Zeman, so that you have that answer today.
It's sometime in the next 30 to 60 days?
Yes.
Oh, that'd be great.
So, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Superintendent, have you thought about hoteling space for people who live in different places of our county but have to drive a long way to get to their workplace as administrators on your staff?
Hoteling?
So
expound on that concept?
So you know, we have space and we're moving entire functions to space, right? But sometimes we move a space. I think there's one space that may be in Pembroke Pines that we're taking up with some staff space, and we're going to ask people in Deerfield to drive now to Pembroke Pines to go to work every day. We have excess space in Broward County Schools last time someone checked, right? We have thousands and thousands of classrooms and desks and chairs that we could be using right now for our staff. Have you ever thought about creating a hoteling space in Deerfield Beach so that some days a week that person doesn't have to drive an hour and a half back and forth to work, but can go to a desk?
You're saying satellite offices?
You can call it whatever they want.
Okay.
In your business,
We
call them
actually do that
hoteling
now.
spaces. Yeah, but do we do it enough?
And
like,
so
does everyone in Broward County know that if they can get their supervisor degree, they can go to a work closer to their house?
So it's all dependent on the function, the job function, of where they need to be, the equipment, the IT infrastructure. There's a lot of complexities that determine if a person can use a satellite office more often than not, than going to the actual office that has all the equipment.
I hope we continue to encourage it. It's a tremendous way to get our most dedicated employees, which is almost all of our employees, to get more time available for work. Because if I'm commuting from Pembroke Pines to Deerfield or Deerfield to Pembroke Pines, it's easy 45 minutes. Sometimes it's an hour now. If I can get that hour and a half or 2 hours back, often I'm dedicating it to my work. I'm dedicated to my work. So To the extent that we make that available to more people, I think it'll be one way to deal with 1,000 fewer administrative positions because more people find more time to work. I know that your staff is incredibly dedicated to what they do. I am so impressed with the increase in inspiration that I've seen in staff in Broward County, but I'd love to just find more and more ways to capture goodness out of that inspiration. Dr. Wanza, you've asked about some specific things on slide 31. I've told you what I think about Sistrunk. Our board needs to be clear that, you know, we've accepted less in a lease payment for the Sistrunk Rising primary land, the 90% that's going to be a hotel and affordable workforce housing. It'll be interesting to see how much we're contributing. When it comes back to us, I will not vote until I have some kind of market appraiser for that land. And then we're going to look at what the annual cost is going to be. And I will support that process. I like that project. It's a really, really very innovative use of that space. But I'm going to ask for some time limits on how long it's going to take. I don't want to do another development where it's 7 or 8 years before we get dirt moving. I hope that we can get some kind of incentives to move that forward. On Siegel, I have a different view than my colleagues. I think we ought to get the best offer on an annual basis for Siegel. I think eventually Siegel and Whidden is going to become something. Maybe it's an expanded Whidden. Maybe it's an amazing piece of land. And every time you cut land, you diminish the overall value of the land. So if we keep it together as one piece for the time being, I think that there's going to be an amazing future to that land, and the same hope that I have about Casey Wright. I gave you my thoughts, I think, on the last 2 items on Casey Wright. Short term, I'm fine. Long term, I hope that the board comes around and that we move to a campus to reflect what our core mission is. And I think, and get all of our staff in one place, except for the people that are hoteling. On redefining, the big change that I would have is I'd like the board early on to set you on a more efficient path. If we are going to do at least 10, we're going to need a more efficient path. We can't just say, oh, here's 10 sites, you know, go around and see what happens. I want you to have a more defined, regular process that's reflects kind of good business practices, because that's what we're doing in this case. We're liquidating land. We ought to follow what other government agencies have done in terms of their best practices.
If Beacon can put the presentation up and go to slide 29. So if you look at the September 22nd school board workshop, there may be an opportunity to do something in that space where it may be a special school board meeting. I mean, we'd have to sit down if that's what the board really wants us to do, right? If we get that and look at that September 22nd space and see how we use that opportunity with the board to do what you have described.
And the reason I really am in favor of this board decision early on process is let's just pick a number and say we do 10 schools this year. It may be very wise for this board to say, for 2 of these sites, we really want to take less money and we want to do affordable housing. They're in a place where great housing supply is required and it's better for the overall community. And we know we're going to lose money as a result of it, but we also want to do things that are good for the whole society, community, not just for ourselves. If we never get the chance to say that at the beginning, the process drifts a little bit in my mind. We end up doing workshops. We got 10 now instead of a much smaller number. I'm worried that we wouldn't be making kind of the best systemic decisions, but we might be making individual decisions that make sense until we see them in combination. We say, holy cow, we gave away $27 million worth of general fund, and Roe Johnson screaming at us about the 3%. And, we have to put all these things together in one big sock and make sure that we're making great decisions for the community. So if we can find that, and if my colleagues agree, I'd love to have some kind of ability early on to make some decisions about kind of what the options are for each one of the sites that we have.
Right.
So we can prepare.
Any other, I'm sorry, Chair, anything else I need to give input on?
I think now we're good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Cervera.
First off, thank you to staff for the presentation and for the the data points. Appreciate you putting everything together in a package for us to be able to review and keep us up to speed. I have some questions. We closed, or we repurposed 6 schools, which was a very difficult decision that this board had to make. I'd like to know, as we see it here today, what is going on with the majority of them. I'm going to go one by one, and I'd like you to provide to me, and perhaps more importantly, the public, a very detailed description about what exactly is going on in these facilities. So let's start with Sunshine Elementary.
So at Sunshine Elementary, the current staff that is at Rock Island Professional Development Center, which we sold to the Urban League, that the majority of that staff, meaning the capital programs, the building department, the chief fire official, and the majority of those functions are going to move from that Rock Island, that whole complex that we've already sold, to the Sunshine Elementary School complex.
How many individual employees are we talking about?
I'm looking at Ms. Coley. I have to I don't know the exact number, but it's well over 100, because you have you also have the team that we work with out of AECOM there. It's well over.
We'll get you the exact number, but you have the program managers team, AECOM, that's also there as well.
What's the total capacity of Sunshine Elementary?
Hold on one second. I believe it's like, what, 6? And student stations at 749. I was close, I said 6.
Okay, so 749 students were able to occupy the building, which I think is probably a little low, because I would imagine the building code, you have to account for teachers, administrators, school-based staff, things like that. So I would pin it maybe closer to 800 or 900 people can occupy that building, and without violating the fire marshal or without running afoul of any county code. Is that fair?
If that's where you want to put it, I'm not certified to do that today, but I'll.
Okay.
Okay.
So basically, we have a building. Let's call it 800 for sake of this conversation. We have a building that can house 800 people, and we've got 100 people in there, more or less.
But you have to look at the context. When you say student stations, you have elementary school, 20-something students in rows or desk or on carpet. So it's the functionality is totally different when you talk about student stations versus adults that have a lot of equipment, capital programs with their big drawing machines and other things like that. So it all depends on the context with the functionality as far as how you occupy the building.
So here's what I'd like. As we go through the list, this is going to be a recurring request for a follow-up. I'd like to know, for the purposes that we're using these buildings right now, how many adults with their equipment and machinery and drawing machines or whatever it is that they're using could we house in these facilities and not violate the fire marshal code for being over capacity? And we'll start with Sunshine. Next question is Wanza to Panther Run Elementary. What are we doing with Panther Run?
So Panther Run is where we are going to move several departments out of the current technology building on Oakland at or about University that we have declared a surplus, and it's up going to be for sale. We are moving several departments from that building into Panther Run.
Okay, and how many district staff members, more or less, are we talking about?
We'll have to get you that, but it's departments like food service. At one time, it was going to be procurement. It'll be something else. The business support center. There are major functions in TSSC that we're going to move out to that space. But we will get you the exact staff roster, well, department.
Do you think it's
count.
Between 100 and 200 staff members?
Yeah.
Okay. And I guess we'll go with the student capacity gauge again. What's the student capacity gauge for Panther Run Elementary?
Hold on one second. 778.
Okay. Same question, Ms. Wanza, with Palm Cove.
So Palm Cove is going to be a branch campus, if you will, of Sheridan Technical College, and they will use every ounce of that space.
Fantastic. Glad to hear. I think I know what's going on with Norfolk. Plantation Middle, same question.
Plantation Middle School is where the district safety security operations, our ISD division, the major hubs in ISD, as well as tentatively right now also our benefits and employment services department.
Okay, and once again, is it fair to assume between 100 and 200 district staff members?
Maybe, yeah, maybe a little bit more there. But the one thing that I will say that is a unique difference when you talk about moving the ISD division, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Bradford, he can certainly do that, but now you're talking about data centers and all kinds of things that have to go into that building. So we can't just do a one-to-one warm body calculation, if you will.
And I'm going to pause you right there, Dr. Wanza, because I think that's more closed door
right.
Information. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Well, let's keep it there. We won't pry, but let me ask one follow-up question on Plantation Middle. Student capacity gauge, where are we at numbers-wise?
Hold on one second. 806.
Okay, fantastic. So here's where I'm getting at. I went to a lot of these town hall sessions. I listened to the community, I listened to the parents, I listened to the kids, I listened to the teachers, I listened to the admins. And we made a difficult decision as a board to close or to repurpose a lot of these schools. I've kind of just run through the list very briefly, but I think everyone is pretty much well aware of what we did and how it was being affected. Let me tell you why I'm a little disappointed in hearing what we are actually doing with these facilities. I would bet a rather large sum of money, if I were a gambling man, which I am not, that that a lot of thoughts that the public had on this was that these schools would be, once they were closed or repurposed or whatever, that there would be some use to make these properties income generating in some way, shape, or form. Whether land was sold off, whether we lease certain things, or whether we do something. And I'm going to take Norfolk out of the equation because I think we're on the right path with that. And I've been on record saying that I support that project, and I'm looking forward to hearing the final details and the proposals on that. But taking them out of the equation, I'm not hearing any plans to make any of these properties income producing for this district. Now, I know you are probably going to counter this by saying, well, Mr. Cervera, we're putting a lot of staff people in there and we're reassigning and we're doing this and we're doing that. So I'm going to jump the gun and I'm going to ask you, if that is the case, which it sounds like it is, where were all these people coming from in order to be housed there? And in those spaces that they are now leaving, is there any opportunity for us to lease or sell those spaces to make any money for this district?
So thank you. The first thing I will say is, and we can go through all the presentations and all the videos, I don't think I ever said that these school facilities were being sold as income generators for the district. I don't think I ever communicated that. The second thing I will say is the TSSC building and the TSSC annex, where these individuals will be coming from, moving into one of these facilities. Those buildings are going up for sale for it to be income generators for the district. The second thing, the district already sold the Rock Island complex several years ago, and they were, generous enough to give us time to transition staff out. So that building has already been sold, and the Palm Cove facility, where Sheridan Technical College will be operating a branch campus, absolutely will be an income revenue generator for the district. but we were very transparent when the board voted, and when we've been having workshops ever since the board voted about what these spaces would be used for. We were very transparent with the board and the public, and I'll defer to the superintendent for the rest.
Yeah, so I'll just put an exclamation mark on that. As well as this building too, we're moving staff out of this building to lease out floors to generate income for the district as well. And the short-term solution, Dr. Zeman said, short-term solution for right now, and whatever the board comes to consensus on in the future about this building. But there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buildings that folks are vacating that are income generating concepts for the district to relocate staff in order to be able to do that.
Well, this is good news, and this is why I ask these questions, because I want the public to be completely informed about how this sort of feeder pattern is happening, right? People are leaving one building, they're going to the facilities, and you're telling me, I think it was the TSSC
yes.
building is going to be potentially sold, and all the people that are leaving there are going to be resituated or rehoused in these repurposed schools. So there is, in fact, sort of a path that we can tell the public or explain to the public that this decision will ultimately, in one way, shape, or form, result in income being generated to this district, which I think is very important. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that, Dr. Wanza. Was my statement accurate?
Your statement is accurate.
Fantastic. I want to segue into this building. First and foremost, I appreciate the data on this, but I have been very vocal about where I stand on this building and what should be done with it. If we have to close our school buildings for our teachers and our students, I don't think we should get the benefit of having this crystal palace in the sky, as some of my colleagues like to refer to it. I'm looking at these options on the presentation today, and noticeably absent is a direct option to go directly to a sale of the property. I know we've looked at comps before. Memory will tell me that I think the number is around $85 million. But for purposes of today, it looks like we're only talking about prospective leasing. And I've got a couple questions about that. First and foremost, this chart, at least the version that I had printed out over the weekend when I was preparing for the meeting today, looks like it was prepared in February. And if you look on the bottom right-hand corner of the comp sheet, or the sheet that's entitled Lease Value Analysis Multi-Tier Pricing, the bottom right-hand corner on my version, it says February 27th, 2026. So we know real estate in the South Florida market is a very fast-moving game, and prices of buildings today may be completely different a week from now. I'm just wondering why we're relying on data from 5 months ago.
So that is the most recent one that we have to give us a gauge of what potentially is the floor, not the ceiling. And so that is why that data is there. Obviously, when we get to the place and working with and we procure the services of a commercial realtor, those numbers will undoubtedly look a little different. But this is actually to give like a floor, not a ceiling. Okay, fantastic. And I did some quick math when we were going over this. And my understanding that the proposal that I think you're seeking either direction or consensus today is the opportunity to rent floors 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Is that accurate? That is correct.
Okay, and if we look at, I'm taking the average here. I know there's different columns, and there's a highest and a mid-range and all that good stuff. But I'm looking at the average square footage of 2888, and I'm following the columns down, and I see this as roughly 283 and some change as the average yearly income generation for, basically all the floors, 3 through 9. I think maybe the 6th floor is a little higher. But mostly we're talking about $283,000 if we go if we go average, correct?
Yeah, correct, per floor.
Okay. And when you tally up those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 floors at that 285, the 283 number, that comes to roughly 1.9 million and some change. So if in fact we were to enter into those average numbers, it's safe to say that this district would be netting, well, I shouldn't say netting because I'm surely there's going to be some carrying costs as a landlord, but we should be generating about roughly $2 million a year if we go with this lease proposal.
Yes.
Okay. And again, the last comps that you saw on this would indicate that the building and the land is worth about $85 million, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in my mind, operating in a district that has roughly $100 million deficit on a $5.4 billion budget that may even go up depending on what happens this afternoon, $85 million sounds very, very appealing to me. So I guess the question is, Mr. Superintendent, how do we reinvigorate this conversation about a potential sale as opposed to wasting time talking about renting, 6 or 7 floors for, a million or 1.9 if we're lucky, assuming these numbers are the same, as opposed to getting some actual real dough that will bring relief, potentially help us get out of this deficit, pay our teachers, which is something that we desperately need to do. And again, if we can't keep our school buildings open, I don't think we should be perusing in this building. I think it needs to be sold. I think we need to reinvigorate that money back and help get this district back on a fiscally responsible track. So, how do we reengage this conversation about a potential sale, Mr. Superintendent?
So just to be honest with you, I will leave that up to the board or a board member. We've crossed this juncture several times before, and there has never been any consensus to sell this building. And so as a result, we've taken the strategy of providing options to lease. When the board has the appetite collectively to surplus and sell, staff is here, and we'll facilitate the process. But there hasn't been an appetite for the majority of the board to sell this building.
Well, unfortunately, there's only like 3 of us here now, so I'm not sure a consensus would do much in this particular workshop. However, I would like to make a request. I'd like updated sale comps, Mr. Superintendent, on the prospective sale of this building. I'd like something taken over the summer. I don't want to rely on data from January or February. I'd like an updated comp. I'd like to know in real time what we're prospectively looking at as far as what this building could be worth in the event of a sale. And I think perhaps seeing those updated numbers may reinvigorate some discussion about a potential sale as opposed to selling this and making, $2 million if we're lucky, which, I mean, listen, $2 million is a lot of money. I don't think anybody is debating that. But you know what's better than $2 million? $85 million. So I'd very much like to see that, Mr. Superintendent. And perhaps there's an appetite and perhaps there's not. I've been very vocal. I've been very clear about what my position is. I think this building needs to be sold like a week ago. And I think we need that money to reinvest in this district, help get us out of this financial rut, and start actually being able to be fiscally responsible and generating some dough and getting us out of this hole.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Not a problem. If I can clarify for the public and also for you, Mr. Severa. So we'll get that updated comp information for the board and the public. Just to be specific so the public has a clear understanding, when we sell a building, we only generate capital funds for that. When we lease, we generate general fund. Capital funds are, you can't pay teacher salaries and all those wonderful things that we want to do with that type of revenue. It's very restricted on what we can do. And as you heard Dr. Zeman spoke about earlier, is selling the building to build something else, which you can do, but you can't use the capital funds to pay salaries as such for the large scale that I think you're talking about for assisting teachers and such.
Well, you know how I feel about teacher salaries. I've got a couple more questions, if I may. I apologize, I don't recall which page it was on the presentation, but I want to talk about, Dr. Wanza, your proposed timeline for moving into this next round here, if you will. My notes indicated that by the end of August 25th, I think was the exact date, you wanted to have a finalized list of schools to be examined. Then in September and October, you wanted to conduct stakeholder engagement. By November 4th, you wanted to present the community input and the committee recommendations. November 5th, you wanted the super to issue his final recommendations. And in December 15th, you wanted this board to vote. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay, so in your mind, I think we're operating at like hyperspeed here. And I certainly appreciate the diligence in wanting to get this resolved one way or another. And obviously nobody knows how the board will ultimately vote or the decision that will ultimately be made. That being said, let me tell you what my issue is. And I'm interested to see if my colleagues share this concern. Making a decision to close or repurpose a school is a very difficult one. It affects communities in ways that is very deep. There is a sense of pride and community in a lot of these schools. Can't tell you how many parents and family members I met during the last process that, my aunt went here, my cousin went here, some cases my mom went here, and now I'm going there. So these are very deeply rooted into our community, a lot of these schools. And I feel like this process needs to be very, very interactive. I don't feel this is something that should be done in a manner to race to get to the finish line, if you will. My concern with this, and actually, before I continue, how many public forums did we have the last go around at how many different schools?
So I want to, if you will, 5 generations of my family have gone to school here. So this is very personal for me too.
I agree.
So I just want to say that. The second thing I want to say is, my team and I, at the, obviously working through the superintendent, don't see this as light speed, because the only thing that we've done is move from a January decision to a December decision. And quite honestly, parents have been telling us the sooner they know, the better. And could we please align this process with how the private schools and other entities do their process? So the only thing that we were doing was trying to be respectful and responsive to all of the feedback that we have received, and now this will be our 3rd year doing it. I can tell you last school year and the year before, the reason why we had so many community meetings is because we went out with we just want to hear from you. What do you think? We don't know. This is now our 3rd time going through this. And what the community has also told us is this is traumatizing. Can you please just do this and get it over with? So we are trying to be respectful and balancing all of that feedback so that we are being respectful to the community. So last school year, we had upwards of collectively about 13 meetings. The year before, it was somewhere around that same 10 to 12-ish. It was a lot of meetings, and it was very taxing and emotional on the community. So the reason why we obviously want to look at a different process in that if there are pockets and areas of the community that we do not have to upset, get emotional, get involved, then we want to take a different approach in doing that. And so that is why we said look at a more regional approach to having the conversation with very specific schools and options and opportunities that we want to address. So that's why you see some different approach maybe to this school year and a timeline that is only reduced by 1 month.
So thank you for that. And I do agree that this is something that we don't want lingering for an infinite period of time, and decisions have to be made. But let me tell you, Dr. Wanzo, what my concern is, because maybe the feedback that you guys are hearing is a little different than the feedback that I'm getting, right? So here's my concern. If we're going to make decisions like this, I want to make sure with as much certainty as possible that every parent, every teacher, every student, every admin, every cafeteria worker, every janitor who steps foot into these schools has an adequate, equal opportunity to address this board, your team, the superintendent, the deputy superintendent, whoever they feel they need to be in front of to get their opinions heard and their voices heard. I want to make sure they have that opportunity. Because I got to tell you, there are times in this district, and we're dealing with a policy right now, where the community thinks that we don't give a darn about what they have to say. So I want to make it crystal clear to these folks that, at least for this board member, I care very much what you have to say. And I'm going to give you an opportunity to come before me, to come before my colleagues, to come before our superintendent, and give me your 2 cents. And the reason I struggle with this plan, even though I understand there's a need for finality, and we don't want this hanging over our head, is we need to make sure that every person who wants their voice heard on this very important matter has that opportunity. So if you and your team can commit to me that they will be given multiple opportunities to address us, address you, and address him, I will feel a lot better. I just want to make sure we're not just rushing through this because we need to make a decision and there's people who just don't come out and they can't speak. People have jobs, people have family commitments, people have kids that they have to take care of. If we're doing 1 or 2 meetings, they may not be able to come to that. I'm not suggesting that 13 is the magical number. I'm not. And I do agree with you, this doesn't need to linger for years and years and years. However, when it comes for public participation and public comment, you know how I feel about that, and you know how important that is to me and to my constituents and to the entire county. Forget my constituents, everybody I represent in this county. It's important that they have an opportunity to address the people that govern them in these types of decisions. So I want to make sure in this expedited plan, I'll call it, I won't call it light speed, I'll call it expedited plan that's going to take court to take what, 5 months? That everyone, every mom, every dad, every auntie, every cousin, every employee, and every student is going to have ample opportunity to address this board and address your team and give us their 2 cents, because that's very, very important to me. As you know, there were schools that were quote unquote on the list last time that did not, that didn't make the final cut, if you will, for lack of better terms, right? Because their communities came out and maybe that influenced some of my colleagues' decisions in their votes. I have no idea. But I want to make sure that these people have the opportunity, and I don't want to put this thing out, well, this is a foregone conclusion, it's going to happen, we don't care what you have to say, your input doesn't matter. I don't want that perception. That's a huge concern for me, Dr. Wanza. What can you do to make me feel better?
So,
Okay, go ahead.
I'll take the question. For the public and for the board, we don't stifle public comment. We don't stifle feedback in this process. We've always been committed and will continue to be committed to make sure this is an empowering exercise for our community, for our staff, for our students, for our parents, to help facilitate the hard decisions that the district needs to do when it comes to deciding what schools that are going to be closed to traditional purposes for students and repurposed for whatever the board finalizes and deems fit that's going to be a benefit to this county and this community at large. So in a nutshell, you have our commitment.
Dr. Wanza, do you need to add anything on behalf of your team?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Did you want to add anything on behalf of you and your team?
Dr. Hepburn has spoken. I'm ready.
Okay.
Thank you. Before we go to, Ms. Rupert?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Awkward time to go right after all that exchange. But I did have a few questions about what we're doing for the schools, all of our schools, which would be, do we have a group of individuals that are sending postcards to new families as they're moving in? Is that more of a principal situation where they would actually have the information for that and they utilize it? I can tell you in the area that I live in, South Creek, South Coconut Creek, families upon families upon families with multiple children are moving in. I mean, if I could just give it points on my street alone, we have, I think, only 3 houses on both sides of the street that don't have any children. Everybody else has children, and I'm hoping I do see that benefit in Coconut Creek K-8 Academy of Excellence. So there's that first part. The second one, the opportunities that we have that the other schools don't have, that are charters or private. I know many of our schools now are going to be utilizing the Space Florida curriculum, and I mentioned Blaine Shealy last time, and I think a lot of board members have one, at least one, and some have 2 for their districts. It would be amazing to take advantage of their publicity about all the launches that do go off to give the student real-time engagement. I think we should have that ready at the get-go. And I know that press releases from Space Florida are very easy to get. And I think it's something that the media would find interesting, the community would find interesting, and hopefully the families want to take advantage of a burgeoning career in Florida. Let me see. The questions that you wanted us to have answered, I was yes on Norfolk, yes on Siegel, yes for renting for can't talk, sorry, Casey Wright building. And I have one question, but I think we're going to be covering it later. But when we're talking about reimagining, and I know that there's an item coming at some point to pay a designer $1 million for a prototype. And my question to that, by not actually referring to the item itself, is that I know for several of my schools, Margate Middle being one of them, we had swing space, our Markham, we had swing space for them. Granted, it was not the best possibility. And I look forward to having a conversation with my colleagues about how the future is to be talked about for the best of all our community members there. But I think it's important to really watch every single dollar. And if we could utilize the other one that we've had before those designs and see how that would work. And I'll talk about that. It's either this week or last week that it's on. And as for renting, Casey, I said yes for that. I personally don't think that God is going to be making any more land purchasing or land made. So I believe we should hold on to as much real estate that can be sold at a huge profit. Do I understand Mr. Severa's point of view? Absolutely. I do. I get it. But I think a little baby step at this point, that's my perspective, is to get the leasing and our staff situated. And down the road, I would be open to possibly selling it, but it's not at this time for me. And I think that's it for this. I did want to get offline and hear about exactly what is working in the schools that we've had, what best practices have gone well and what hasn't, that we're going to be doing this time around. I think that's a good way to actually firm up what we do moving forward, as long as we are able to kind of take forward the best practices and not maybe some of the other ones that were splashed out there to be the big items. But I believe that some have worked, like K-8s, and I really am very excited about that and the new programs that we have for our schools. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Before we go to round 2, I just have a few comments, and then I'll give my feedback on the requests from staff. I want to go back to slide 28 about the taking a regional process approach. what is your vision for that than what it looks like as it comparing it to last year?
So thank you, Ms. Leonardi. So last year we started like here, right, and we went out and we had like different clusters of schools, which then morphed into 6 or 8 meetings for that around those individual clusters, because we didn't say specifically, hey, we're going to do this or we're contemplating this. We are still thinking, give us your input. So then we took those 6 or 8 meetings, and then we went to some regional meetings, and then we had some one-off meetings that we needed to have, kind of thing. And then before you knew it, we had morphed into 13 different meetings. If we are going to take a different approach this year and actually say these are the 9 schools, the 12 schools, these are the, so then we would not, and I'll be honest, I am not thinking of having 12 different meetings at each one of those schools. We would do a more regionalized approach where we would still set up a high school gymnasium that's more like a family room and invite those specific communities and surrounding communities, right, for conversations that are specific to them. We would probably have to have a follow-up meeting depending on what we get out of those meetings and kind of tailor it more that way, as opposed to just doing a large swath of 13, 14 meetings, but really be more targeted and intentional in the meetings and the spaces and the times that we have. And definitely outside of that, and this isn't even incorporated into the large number that I said, is then also simultaneously have meetings with the municipal, the municipalities that are impacted and some of the local businesses, because those meetings we tend to have in the daytime. We may do something on Teams, have those kinds of conversations, whereas the meetings, when we talk about meeting with the stakeholders, those have to be at a time and a place that is convenient to them and allows for them to, if they need to, bring their kids, have a different type of open approach.
Okay. We did do like some version of regional meetings though this last year.
Yes, we did, after we had about 8 or 9 individual meetings, because we, so I'll say like that first meeting at Dillard, we had 8 or 9 schools that we had 6 or 8 schools that we had the conversation. We pared it down, and then we had a regional meeting.
So I guess what I'm a little bit uncomfortable with is when we do those regional meetings, it felt like at some of those because there were competing interests in the room, a little bit, it felt like we were kind of pitting schools against each other. And I know that wasn't the intent, but that's kind of how some of that, the community conversation went. So I still do think it's important to meet with each individual school. And like, I think, Ms. Thompson speaks to this a lot, like some of us do our own community meetings and roundtable meetings. Like the school that was closed in my district, I sat down with the students, I sat down with the teachers and the employees. So like some of that is incumbent on us. But I do feel uncomfortable moving away from like us as a district meeting with each individual school. I think that's a very important part of the process. And I understand the impetus to like want to streamline it and make it, because there were advantages to having those regional conversations as well, because you hear from the different civic associations and you do get to hear, like other schools do get to hear the perspective of other schools who are being considered for closure. So I just feel a little bit uncomfortable with moving away from meeting with each individual school. So that's just kind of where I am on that. To our general counsel, I think I asked this at the last workshop on redefining with regards to the Sistrunk Rising project, and I asked it whether or not that qualified as a P3. Have we done any other kind of due diligence around that, and what they would have needed to do to fulfill all of our requirements?
I'm not sure I understand the question. What do you mean by, like, I don't understand the
So if I'm recalling correctly, I asked if the Sistrunk Rising project qualified as a P3 project, or it could be considered a P3 project. Is that the case?
So if I understand correctly, Sistrunk, we're going to end up selling the land and they're going to utilize it and build some affordable housing. Am I correct in the correct project or no?
So that we're selling we were trying to gather consensus today whether to sell a portion of that land, but that we're leasing a portion of that land for them to do a variety of different things, which is, there was a community center, some affordable housing, a hotel, a training center. So
it depends on what's going to be the ultimate decision of the board. Because if you're going to lease and actually enter into a private partnership with them, that's one option. That could be a P3. If it's going to be a sale, that's a whole different type of scenario. So I think it depends on which direction. Are we going to be leasing the project?
Both. Based on the consensus today, from what I'm seeing, I think there was consensus, a month or two ago to at least a portion of the land. I think the request today is where are we on selling a portion of the land? So it would be a combination of both. So I just want to make sure we are in a legally sound place to move forward with the entirety of the project, given the question that I had asked the last workshop.
Yeah, we can. It can be viewed as a P3 project for sure, since we'll be working as a public-private partner with them to accomplish these various aspects.
Right. So then I guess my question is still the same. Have we done a legal assessment of how this came to us and moving forward with it as a P3 if it, satisfies all of our policies and all of the state statutes?
Okay. So that's a question that I think we want to respond to it in a follow-up. We don't necessarily have that policy approved. That policy is coming to the board on July 28th, but I will talk with staff and we will do a follow-up for you.
Thank you. So as long as everything is legally sound, I am in favor of the sale of land for that portion of land for North Fork. I am in favor of option 3 for Siegel. I do think it's important for me to put on the record, I think we're in a bit of a precarious situation with Siegel with that piece of land, because from what I'm hearing from people who are approaching us about wanting to use that land, it's their understanding that it's Siegel and Whitten Rogers, that whole property. There is a misconception out there about that. And I would not support, moving the Whitten and Siegel community to another property so that we could do something with that entire property. So I'm a little bit worried about that situation, because it seems that the interested stakeholders have this misconception that the Siegel property is the entire property, and I know that that's not what's in the presentation. So I hope that we are not in a weird place with that, and I just want to be on the record right now. I will not support moving the Siegel family again moving forward. For the superintendent's recommendation for KCW, I do not think, as the largest landowner in the county, that it is wise to sell our most valuable land. I would be in favor of leasing the entire building. I'm not in favor of selling the building. I don't have an issue with moving all of us into a school. I support that ideologically, and just in a logistical and pragmatic way as well. I think it's good when the people who are running the school district are in schools, but I don't support selling it. I would support a lease that would generate recurring income for this school district. And I think I voiced my concerns around the redefining process. All right, round 2, I have Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Just two comments or two categories of comments. I agree with your statements about selling KCW. I think it was important for the superintendent to point out that if we sell the building, it goes directly into capital, and that is not where our deficit is at this time. It's in our general fund, which leasing funds, if I'm correct, can go towards that, can go towards paying teachers more, can go towards, making sure all of our kids have access to art, music, and the whole plethora of things that we want to give them. Is there any cost associated to getting an appraisal, an updated appraisal?
Go ahead, Samantha.
Yes. Since it's been less than a year since we've had these appraisals done, we can go to the same appraisers. There's a fee, but that's usually we do an RFP. But since I work with them, usually it's probably, I don't want to give a quote, but it should be less than 10,000 for all three of them.
So, and this quote is how old?
Less than a year. That was February. That's
So-
why those comps were from February.
So consistently, at least from this board member's opinion, there's never been strong consensus to sell the building. So to spend money when we're trying to be fiscally responsible does not make sense from this board member. So I guess I would like to get consensus on that at the end of my talking points, so the chair is here as well. And then I just want to rehash our redefining process from last year because I think there's been some misinformation. But before I do that, I want to go through district by district and how many schools got closed in each district. So District 1, how many schools did we close?
District 1?
Mhm.
I don't think we closed.
And not changing it, not restructuring it, actually closing for a school site.
Just you saying actually closing a
Actually,
school?
the answer is
no.
no.
We didn't. We haven't closed any in District 1.
District 2, how many schools were closed?
3.
District 3, how many schools were closed?
1.
District 4?
0.
District 5?
No, but Broward Estates, North Fork, Plantation, 3. Yeah,
District 6?
none.
District 7?
None.
Thank you for that reminder to the community and to my colleagues. When we did the process before, we, as a district staff, never had individual meetings at schools. We had cluster-based meetings starting in September, where we chose a high school and chose kind of the cluster, the innovation zone. I can't remember exactly how it was determined. I, as a board member, went out and met individually with each of my schools. I had 13 different meetings with 2 virtual where everyone was invited. I would encourage and I know Ms. Leonardi also had her meeting at Siegel. I would encourage any colleague who says they deeply care about community input to have community meetings in town halls, because that is your right and responsibility as a board member. And so I think the pathway, and just from personal experience and experience from my community, this whole process is heartbreaking. To have multiple meetings of will they, won't they, to have children come up to you crying because they don't know where they're going the next year is awful. To stretch it out is not only inconsiderate, it is not the right thing to do for the people that come to our schools. So I really appreciate this thoughtful, intentional community gathering process that Dr. Wanza and her team have created for the upcoming year. I would not encourage any changes, and I would encourage any board member who thinks it's not enough to do the work yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. And I, while I was out of the room, I think Ms. Thompson requested a consensus around sale or lease of KCW. So I guess I heard...
Due to the fact there's a fee associated with getting an updated appraisal, so if there's not consensus, it doesn't make sense to me to spend the money that we don't have.
Thank you. So I'm hearing a no from Ms. Thompson. Ms. Bowman?
I agree with that.
I am a no. As I stated earlier, Dr. Zeman?
I'm sorry, I am a yes on a lease. And the reason the appraisal was important to the lease is that lease payments are often a % of the total value. And so it's very important to know the total value of the land. That will oftentimes affect directly what somebody's willing to pay you in a lease.
Got it. So you were a no on the sale of KCW? No. Correct. Ms. Bullman?
Just to clarify, you want to, for Dr. Zeman, you want a reappraisal? No. Oh, okay. Okay, great. That's all.
Mr. Severa, I had you as a yes for the sale of KCW. Is that accurate? Ms. Rupert or Dr. Holness?
I'm a no.
Madam Chair, I am a no.
Do you have your direction, Dr. Fulton and Dr. Wanza?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so we will not be moving forward with a new appraisal. All right. Does anyone else want to speak for round 2? Mr. Severa?
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on what we just received consensus on, and then I just want to make one final comment. The consensus was whether or not we wanted to pay for another comparable for this for the sale of this building, because I think the data that we were going off of was from like either January or maybe February. So I had asked that a comp be done just for the sale. And it would appear that my colleagues are not in agreement with me. The only thing I wanted to see clarification on is, ma'am, you threw out a number, and you said around 10,000 for, and the tail end of your comment was for all 3. I just wanted to make sure, because listen, I'm not a commercial realtor, nor do I aspire to be one. But 10,000 for a comp on this building, just in my mind, just seems a little high. So I just wanted to make sure that your estimate was accurate and you were only giving a number for a comp on this building.
Yes, it'd be for a comp on this building only. I can't determine what the appraisers are going to charge us to revalue the property. I'm assuming it's going to be less than what we paid for the original, but it's not. Usually we go out for an RFP and we pick the lowest 3. So if we're just going to have them revalue it.
Incidentally enough, what was the price on the first comp?
I don't have those numbers with me.
Does anybody know?
I could get the information for you, absolutely.
We can provide a follow-up so that you have all 3 comps, because it's 3. It was 3 that were done, that was provided. We can definitely provide a follow-up to the board. But I don't have the numbers sitting right here in front of me, Mr. Severa.
Respectfully, I don't think a follow-up's going to do any good, because I just want to make sure we're on the same page before we just voted to give consensus on a number that I thought respectfully was a little high. But it is what it is. If you don't have the number, there's nothing I can do, I guess. On the meeting aspect of this and involving the community, I want to address a comment that was made on this, because again, this is extremely important, and I want to make sure that as far as the public is concerned, my opinion on this is crystal clear. While I realize that not every district was physically affected by these closing and repurposing that we did, at least from my standpoint, I can't speak for all of my colleagues, I feel that this really affected the entire county, whether or not it happened in your district or not. And I feel as though the process of being able to address this board and address the people who make the decisions was an important one. So this notion is that this next time around that individual board members should hold meetings and community conversations themselves, I don't think that quite gets you there. You know, I want to be a part of this process because I have to make the decision. And I'm not sure me by myself holding a community conversation, which, by the way, incidentally, I do quite frequently. For those of you who attend my community conversations and my town hall meetings, I do those with regular frequency. But I'm not sure that me just doing that as one board member, Adam Cervera, right, and allowing people to come in and giving me their 2 cents, like, they don't just want to talk to me. They want to talk to everybody else on here. They want to talk to the super. They want to talk to the deputy super. Presumably, they want to talk to you and your team, Dr. Wanza. So this notion that we can, satisfy the public's appetite to engage with us by holding a single board member community town hall meeting, I don't think gets us there. And I think that misses the mark rather tremendously, if I may say so. I feel as though we need to do this collectively as a team. We are making decisions as a team, okay, as a collective unit, the 9 of us, to determine whether or not we are going to close and repurpose schools. And quite frankly, I want to hear from everybody. I don't think it's fair that, maybe Dr. Zeman just does a town hall, and I don't know what's going on in Dr. Zeman's town halls. I don't. This needs to be done as a cohesive unit so the public can address everybody, not individual board members. So I would respectfully disagree with my colleagues' assumption that we can satisfy the public's appetite to address this governing body by holding individual town hall meetings. I think that misses the mark. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Rupert or Dr. Holness?
I have a follow-up. It's kind of a little tangent here, but remember when we were at last school year and we had some people, some organizations wanting to come in and co-locate. I know this isn't a conversation about co-locating, but it is a conversation about who is going to be moving into our schools. So for a follow-up, I don't know if we've received one lately. I haven't gone through it. It's important to know because at one point, Liberty Elementary and Winston Park Elementary were in consideration for something. And when I looked recently, I didn't see that they're going to have any co-location. So I guess a follow-up, please, to see where that is for the entire district. Just an update. Is that possible, Dr. Hepburn?
Hi, Ms. Rupert, this is Dr. Fulton. Yes, we will follow up with that information.
Thank you, Dr. Fulton. Nice
You're
to
welcome.
hear from you.
You as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm all done.
Madam Chair, I have no more comments.
All right. That concludes that workshop then. Oh, Dr. Wanza, do you have your direction?
Abundantly clear.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Our next item is Office of Safe Schools Quarterly Report, 25-26, Quarter 4, and 25-26 Annual Compliance Visit Report. I'll recess the meeting briefly for 2 minutes to allow staff to assemble. Thank you. All right, our next item is the Office of Safe Schools Quarterly Report, 25-26, Quarter 4, and 25-26 Annual Compliance Visit Report. I'll now turn it over to our Deputy Superintendent for a brief presentation.
Thank you, Chair Leonardi. We have our staff here representing our Safe and Security Department, ready to give Quarter 4 update. So we have Ms. Morgan and Mr. LaRosa. Please take it away. Thank you.
Good afternoon, through the chair. I'm Jim LaRosa, Director of Safety and Security. And we will defer to you all. I know we usually we can go slide by slide, or we can give you guys the overall.
Dr. Zeman?
This was,
sure.
It's a repeat of what we've seen every quarter, so I think it's
correct.
Correct, yep.
All right, my name is Morgan.
Are they going to bring them up?
Begin if we
We got the slides. Hi, thank you. My name is Morgan Nykiel, our Compliance Coordinator in Safety and Security. We'll go ahead actually and move to start on slide 4. Oh, thank you very much. So this is actually our current fourth quarter report, as well as comparison to last year. We did have 24 schools inspected in this quarter, which is a significant drop from a quarter 3 inspection numbers. So that did result in 14 schools with no deficiencies and almost 64% compliance percentage. As you can see, though, compared to quarter 4 of last year, it was a significant increase. So in looking at the breakdown between district and charter schools, we had 19 district-operated schools inspected with approximately still that same percentage, about 63 to 64% of that compliance percentage. And only 5 charter schools received inspections in quarter 4, with 2% receiving no deficiencies at all. So that did result in that 40% compliance percentage. However, there at the bottom, you can see those pass rate percentages on the individual items that are inspected. So we're still maintaining that 96% on the district side and 95% here in the last quarter for those number of items. So it's a minimal number of items at each school. It's typically only 1 item. So to look at those overall numbers for the school year, pulling all of those inspections together, a total of 81 district-operated schools were inspected during the school year by the Office of Safe Schools. 63 of those did present with no compliance deficiencies identified, giving an overall percentage of almost 78%. Only 24 of our charter schools received inspections, with half of them receiving no compliance deficiencies. And again, you can see there as well with cumulative numbers for the overall pass rate of those 11 items inspected. At the end of the year, the district did have a 96% cumulative score, and the charter had a 95%. So we're still maintaining from last year up a little bit here for our public schools, our district-operated schools, from the 95, and definitely up from our charter percentage rate of the 88% of the full last year. We did have one additional slide here to also reiterate some of those items that are high priority and high attention of where we're seeing some of those deficiencies. Again, with our maybe ID cards and things like that, but some of the items that we're working forward on is meeting more with our school staff and school leadership. They're meeting with all of them in these first weeks in our reviewing all of our compliance requirements and those site visits, getting them prepared for future site visits during the year. They're also doing some additional safer space checks as well, because I know that's something we incorporated last year. We're incorporating that into some drill log language, so we're checking that very frequently during the school year.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
One, would you please characterize what an OSS site visit looks like, whether it's announced in advance? Does anyone know what's coming?
It is not announced in advance to the school. They are done without any prior knowledge. We will sometimes see that they might be in a certain area. They don't necessarily travel all over the district in any one given day, but they do pick their own schools based upon data that they've reviewed and where has had visits and where has not. And they just show up and let us know they're there, and they proceed through with reviewing the campus, taking a walk through, looking for apologies, looking for things that should be either posted on the campus or checking door locks, and then going through some questions and documentation.
I appreciate that. I just think it's really, really important to recognize the rigor of this test. This is not, we're coming next week, get all your stuff organized so that you have everything ready to go so you look good. This is a blind test that they show up. They are not part of Broward County Schools. They're a state-funded organization, and we still have extraordinarily high rates of passage. And the things for which they find things that don't pass the test turn out to be things that are easy to fix, and we're going to be training on them for next year. This reflects really amazingly on Broward County Public Schools, who often gets credited by national organizations as the safest, most secure school district in the United States. I think Broward County Schools has earned that distinction, and I'm glad that we get to maintain that distinction with results like this. This is truly remarkable, and I know you want to train more and train a little differently next year, and I love the fact that you're awesome and you want to remain awesome or maybe even get a little more awesome. But these results are truly, truly remarkable, and great credit to Jim, you, and to your team for making sure, and all the principals and all the teachers out there that make this thing happen. But thank you for also trying to push even harder in the face of really, really great success. So we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zinger.
Anyone else? Anyone online?
No, thanks.
All right, and Mr. Hill, we do not have public comment, correct, on this item? All right. Seeing no other
Thank you.
comments, thank you so much for your presentation and your work. The last item is Enterprise Resource Planning, ERP Transformation Project. Dr. Fulton, are we able to get staff to the table, or do we need to recess the meeting? Dr. Lozano's got it, so we will go to that.
I think they're out in the pre-conference.
Momentarily. Oh, okay, we'll recess the meeting for 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, we are back. The last item is Enterprise Resource Planning, ERP Transformation Project. I now turn it over to staff for a brief presentation.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to turn it over to the team. I know we have a brief video that we're going to show first, and then we'll move to discussion and any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. Pete Eschenbrenner, Assistant Director, Enterprise Project Management Office, Program Manager, ERP Transformation Project. Before we start the video, I just want to make sure everyone's clear that we are in cone of silence for this. And so that means that communications with vendors involved is strictly limited to our procurement team. With that, we can start the video.
Chair, before we go to the video, can we make sure that we get clarification from our general counsel about the cone of silence?
If I may, to the chair, yes, Dr. Zeman. So the cone of silence applies to the vendors, the proposers themselves, and they're prohibited from communicating directly with anybody other than the designated purchasing agent.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney.
Sorry, further clarification on that point, but if we're discussing it, like, isn't that giving them feedback to change their process? Like, where is it at this process? And is this legally the right thing to do right now?
So just to clarify, what we are sharing today is very high level about the project generally and does not include any information about the specific request for proposal process that would potentially violate cone of silence.
With that information, are you good with that? As long as we don't discuss the actual proposals themselves.
I mean, as long as legal counsel supports this conversation, I'm going to defer to your legal expertise.
Yes, ma'am. It's okay to discuss these conceptually as long as you're not reviewing the actual proposals themselves.
Anyone else? All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Beacon, could you please start the video?
Board workshop. This presentation, provided by Matthew Bradford, Chief Information Officer, task assigned, and ERP project executive sponsor, along with the ERP project team and Plant Moran Technology Consulting, will provide a comprehensive overview of the district's ERP transformation project. The ERP Transformation Project is a strategic modernization initiative aiming to enhance the district's enterprise systems, operational efficiency, data integration, and long-term sustainability. The information provided today covers the project progress, procurement activities, governance, milestones, and next steps. This initiative supports Goal 4, college and career readiness and acceleration, and aligns with Guardrails 1, 2, and 4, strengthening safety, advancing equity, and enhancing accountability. The team is excited to provide this information as we advance toward vendor selection and implementation planning. The ERP Transformation Project focuses on modernizing enterprise systems to improve efficiency, data integration, and sustainability. Our current SAP ECC system will reach end of life by December 2027, requiring the modernization of business systems that support finance, human resources, payroll, procurement, budget, and related functions. Procurement activities, including RFP release, evaluations, and vendor demonstrations, have been completed. Next steps include vendor selection and implementation planning, with expected outcomes of improved efficiency, reporting, integration, compliance, and user experience. The ERP Transformation Project is a business transformation effort designed to improve operational effectiveness, reduce risk, strengthen compliance, modernize business processes, improve reporting and analytics capabilities, and establish a sustainable foundation for future district operations. This district-wide modernization initiative is needed to replace the district's aging SAP ERP system before vendor support ends on December 31st, 2027. An enterprise resource planning system is a single technology platform that connects the district's core business operations, improving efficiency, data accuracy, and decision-making. The district's 11 core functions, including finance, budget, human resources, payroll, benefits administration, talent acquisition, procurement, accounts payable, grants management, warehouse and inventory, timekeeping, and reporting and analytics, operate across aging and disconnected systems. A modern ERP integrates these into a single platform, enhancing efficiency and compliance. One system supports thousands of employees and critical business processes across the district. ERP is key for employee hiring and onboarding, payroll processing, benefits administration, budget development, purchasing and vendor payments, grant administration, inventory management, financial reporting, and regulatory compliance. All schools, departments, and employees are impacted by the ERP system. Currently, risk mitigation and operational resilience are priorities, supporting schools and students indirectly through more efficient back-office operations. Modernizing ERP is essential to address these risks and ensure sustainable operations. ERP modernization efforts are underway statewide. The Florida Department of Education established the ERP System Migration Task Force to assess and support ERP modernization efforts across Florida colleges and universities. School districts throughout Florida and nationally are evaluating or implementing ERP modernization initiatives to address aging technology, vendor end-of-life deadlines, operational efficiencies, cybersecurity considerations, and evolving reporting requirements. The project has completed several milestones: business process reviews, requirements gathering, RFP release on May 1st, 2026, vendor questions and addenda, proposal receipt on June 11th, 2026, establishment of an evaluation committee, and demonstration presentations. The evaluation progress includes reviewing proposals and assessing vendors to ensure the district selects the best solution for its enterprise business needs. Key milestones include the RFP release in May 2026, procurement and vendor evaluation activities in summer 2026, anticipated vendor selection in August 2026, contract process and board approval in fall 2026, and implementation beginning in winter 2026 or spring 2027. Implementation phases include planning and design, testing and training, go-live and stabilization, and post-implementation optimization. Capital funding is primarily tied to implementation activities, making this a multi-year initiative. Funding for ERP modernization comes from capital funds for implementation and ongoing software maintenance, with general fund support for pre-implementation activities. Final costs will be determined after vendor selection. Resource planning covers services, technology, training, change management, and organizational readiness. Governance is managed by an executive steering committee, ERP project team, cross-functional stakeholders, procurement, legal, finance, information systems, and Plant Moran advisory support. A traditional financial return on investment for ERP cannot yet be quantified as final costs. Scope and implementation approach will be determined after vendor selection. The district's anticipated return is best reflected through operational, strategic, and organizational benefits expected from ERP modernization. ERP modernization is expected to deliver significant benefits to the district, spanning improved operational efficiency, data accuracy, compliance, and user experience across all business functions. Industry benchmarks show that ERP implementations can reduce operational costs by up to 23%, enable 20% higher process efficiency, and support 30% faster decision-making. Modernized ERP eliminates data silos for 77% of organizations, improves user productivity by 30%, reduces data entry by 50 to 90%, enhances regulatory compliance by up to 35%, and lowers infrastructure costs by up to 70%. Next steps include final evaluation activities, vendor recommendation, contract negotiations, board approval, and implementation planning. The ERP transformation team will mobilize for January 2027 implementation readiness activities. For ongoing project updates, milestones, timelines, and resources, please refer to the Enterprise Resource Planning Information Hub or iHub by visiting browardschools.com/ERP-iHub. Projected implementation costs for the new ERP system are detailed by fiscal year, covering categories such as implementation, licensing and maintenance, legacy system maintenance, staff salaries, backfill staffing, and independent verification and validation. Funding sources include the General Fund and Capital Fund. Appendix A provides reference material from the June 23, 2026 Capital Budget DEFP Workshop. The team is committed to this project and is excited to modernize and transform the district's current aging ERP system. Thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are ready for any questions or discussion.
Dr. Zeman?
Chair, thank you. And Dr. Hepburn, thanks for bringing this in. Thanks to the ERP team. I've been through a couple dozen ERP transformations. They're all very hard. They all take longer than you think. They realize less savings than you thought they would earlier on, and they were all worthwhile. And so, you can read a lot about ERP, and you can read a lot about the challenges and the difficulties. What I love about the way you're approaching this, Dr. Hepburn, is that you've put together the right size team with the right talent to kind of lead us through this and avoid those pitfalls. So I'm incredibly bullish on this. I know this is going to cost us money up front. The one big question I have, Dr. Hepburn, is how do you intend to capture the savings from this? In the end, you not only can answer questions that you couldn't answer before, you can answer all of the questions you could ask and the ones you couldn't ask faster. And you have the ability to really be more responsive to the community in all the things that you do. But this is sold as a cost-saving thing long-term, not just performance improvement. How are you going to track the cost savings and make sure that we reduce our long-term general fund requirements as we move through this ERP?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question because right now there's a lot of gaps in our ability to analyze certain data sets because it's just not available with this current ERP system. Moving forward, we'll be able to catalog specific data, hours on task, overtime. There's so, and I know Ro can add a lot more too, because one of the issues for her to be as effective as she can be is because of the current ERP system that we do have. And I don't know if you want to add anything, Peter and the team, as far as capturing certain types of cost savings, because this system impacts the entire organization. So there's many facets of how we can leverage that data appropriately, just to gain better efficiencies, better analyze better data, so we can react in real time and not worry about stagnant data that we're reviewing 6 months to a year later because of the collection methods that we have right now.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. I'll ask Plant Moran to weigh in first.
Thanks, Pete. Chris Carr with Plant Moran. It's a complex question. There's a lot of ways to answer that, many factors that go into that question. But I'll say Dr. Hepburn mentioned that the future ERP, whatever it may be, it'll be a repository for a great volume of data. And one of the intents or visions for the new ERP system, whichever one it may be, is that it allows various users across the entire district, leadership, board, staff, school secretaries, et cetera. It gives them metrics and insight into how they're performing, how they're conducting their business. Metrics like cycle time, procure to pay, hire to, application to retire, that kind of thing. So the presentation talked about process efficiency and time savings. The ERP system ideally will capture metrics and data to support and quantify all of those savings. And then additionally, another vision for the new ERP is that it'll reduce risk. And this was briefly mentioned in the presentation, but your current system, SAP ECC, and its version is approaching end of life. And that end of life date, which is December 31st, 2027, will introduce significant risk for any organization who continues on that system beyond that date. And so I think another cost savings value is the avoidance of that risk.
Can I just offer a follow-on, if you don't mind, Dr. Hepburn? You know, ERP often has all of those benefits. But one of the problems with accounting systems is they can tell you the cost of everything and the value of nothing, right? So Ms. Johnson can watch all the money go through, but if it goes out to transportation or to, supply chain work or procurement, and somebody buys a contract with it, the accounting system isn't necessarily built to tell you what value we got for the money. They can tell you how much it cost, but when you say, yeah, but what did you get with that really cool contractor and that contract and that we needed so badly that we ran out and got it and things like it. I love ERP systems because they answer those kinds of questions, and they allow you to start to ask really, really great questions like, how do you put together scarce resources that you have in a way to optimize the education system that you have, either in an academic sense or in a whole person sense. It doesn't matter, but you just can't do that when you have fragmented databases. You can only do that when you put it all together and start making sense. So I'm curious to our Chief Financial Officer, if you don't mind, Dr. Hepburn, will this help you kind of get over that cost of everything, value of nothing kind of paradox that accountants finally face?
Yes, my people could be more analytical. They can be looking at data instead of manipulating the data outside the system. The system will give us raw data that we can actually make decisions on. Our blueprint will be reduced because we don't need a lot of people to do the same things that we've been having thousands of people to do. It'll carve some of our savings when the district is going down through attrition. It's an education tool too, because as you were saying, we're manipulating data in different database systems. They're not talking to each other. We'll have a system that everything is like a data warehouse, a data lake, and that we'll be pulling the same data. So if you get data from this department or this department, it will be the same data. So there's a lot of benefits of an RP system that we can't measure, right? And it's going to reduce our landscape across the system, but it's going to improve efficiency too at the same time. Because manipulating data outside of the database is cause our number one errors, right? And you talk about all these findings we get, eliminate some of those findings because people will be more analytical. They'll be looking at the data. They'll be reviewing the data. It'll bring streamlined processes and procedures, and internal control is within the system. So those reports will be already reconciled while we just look at them and make sure they're good to go.
And last question I have, will this system be pushed all the way down to the school level?
Yes.
And give me an example of kind of how a school might use this system in a way that they can't use the current financial systems that we have.
Reporting. We're the only ones running reports. They will be able to see their report in real time. So they'll be able to look at people they're hiring, will improve payroll, so everybody will be signing off on their payroll. It will be going through a change just like requisitions, so the approval will be inside the system. We don't have to print stuff and put it in Adobe. That's the improvement we're looking for, so we can manipulate the paper. We don't need the paper processes anymore. So that is 100% improvement. And then we have a record of signatures that are looking for a piece of paper and say, who signed off on this?
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question about the last page on the, I guess it's page 18 on the PowerPoint. Who actually comprised of the evaluation committee? And that could be, you can send me that later. But I also want to understand and need a little elaboration on third-party assurances. What does that look like for a $2,145,000 fee over the first 3 years, 27 through 29? So kind of give me a mini education as well as you could do it in a short amount of time.
Go ahead, Mr. Eschenberger.
Plant Moran.
So the first question about the evaluation committee, I think the project team would be happy to provide that later. I'll say that evaluation committee is diverse and cross-functional, representative of various areas of the school district: finance, HR, payroll, technology, even school staff. And then the second question about third-party assurance. Third-party assurance, we could talk at length about this, but essentially outsourced consulting and experts to advise on the implementation and best practices for both the district and the selected vendor. Another part of that third-party assurance is IV&V, or independent verification and evaluation, which this is a simplified definition, but essentially holding the vendor accountable to their performance measures and their contractual promises, being an advocate for the school district to ensure that the significant contract that the district has been in, and that the significant contract the district has entered into is being followed to the letter by your selected ERP implementer. Marv?
I'll add one. Marvin Sawyer, Plant Moran. One other thing for independent verification validation is actually advising the district on risks and issues before they become big risk and issues. And that comes from a firm then that obviously has experience with implementing large systems in large districts, comes from having people on the team with subject matter expertise and being able to provide additional expertise that the district might not have in-house. And as Chris said, really being that watchdog. Not only it is a watchdog for ensuring that the district is performing and participating at the level that they are required to, but also that implementer, the vendor who's implementing the software, is performing at the level they should be as well.
Thank you. I appreciate the condensed version, but I have a follow-up question. Does the vendor also pay a portion of the fee for the third-party assurances, or is it just on the district?
Pete Eschenbrenner. That is just on the district, to my knowledge.
I just want to add to that, Ms. Rupert. We have to be very careful because failure comes in the implementation of an ERP system. And if we didn't process map, Plant Moran has assured that we process map the system so we don't build a system that we used to, the same old system too. And it's got integrity in the system. Because I done seen some implementation where we have put stuff and you didn't parallel the system to make sure that information is accurate, or we do too many customizations. That is a problem if we have to customize the system till it's no longer the system we actually built. Because then the vendors start charging us more money because we customize something. Because we don't know. We want to do what we usually do, and it's a way to do it to get the information without customizing it or Browardizing it. I want to make sure we understand that because we used to operate in one capacities. Plant Moran will get us out of that. You operate this way all the time and say, you'll get the same information because it's about the reporting, what is coming out the system, than instead what we put in or what we think we need. Because you could do something over and over doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. So they're going to assure that the way we think about it is not the way it should be, and they'll keep us on track. And then avoid of trouble, because sometimes you could put, if you don't parallel the system, it's going parallel, you could put information in, and then we got to clean up. Right? It takes more time to clean up mess that we didn't add it to the system without doing our proper documentation, when this should be going live, when we should do our blackout period, nobody touched the system. All that is important and is intricate that we might not have the knowledge behind it, but they do. That's the professionalism. We're paying for that guarantee.
And yes, we do, because I've certainly experienced, kind of build the airplane we were flying it, AKA the bond. So implementation plans are extremely important to have that set up. So I do appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Bowman?
Okay, so just the timeline that we're looking at, when do you expect that we'll get to the vendor recommendation, the contract negotiations, when it will finally come to us?
So, Peter Eschenbrenner, we expect that next month a vendor will be selected. And as far as when it will come to you all, fall 2026, possibly winter 2026, want to make sure that there's sufficient time, particularly for the Office of General Counsel, to fully vet the contract, make sure that it has their stamp of approval before coming to the board.
Intense contract.
Yes.
Yes, okay. And so to that end, when we're looking at the IV&V that we were just talking about, we would wait to select that. Would we select a provider that specializes in whatever vendor product we ultimately contract to purchase?
So that's a good question. I think that we currently feel that Plant Moran has the expertise to be able to address and to meet the standard necessary for any of the potential options selected. But I will defer to senior leadership if there would be any changes to that.
Okay. Does anybody have any comment about that? Okay. I just want to make sure, I mean, it's kind of like you have to understand, we need the best people making sure that we're getting, that the vendor's doing what they're supposed to do. So just as long as we're aligned on that, then I think we'll be good to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else before we go to round two? All right, round two, Dr. Zeman.
So the only criticism that I think the public might have about this, particularly people that haven't been through this or kind of recognize the business imperative for doing this, is $75 million is a lot of money over 3 years. So two questions about that. One, is there a chance that that estimate, given that we have not picked a vendor yet for our new ERP system, that the cost in fact may be lower?
Yes.
So that's an upper end estimate. So we can hold you, Peter, accountable for that $75 million. And maybe the superintendent will give you a 1% bonus for whatever you can come in below that. Let's see. If we believe in incentives, we got to put this thing out there, right? But you think 75 is enough, and it's not going to go more, very likely to be less.
Yes, it is a conservative upper end estimate.
Terrific. And what share of this, I didn't see this in the brief, and I apologize if I didn't catch it, but what share of the $75 million of the first 3 years comes out of capital and not the general fund?
It is, I would say, it's supposed to be 100% capital, but in full disclosure, you see in that chart, we added an item to represent backfilling, which is expected, it could cost up to in the low to mid six-figure range per year. And for the public, that just means when you bring in, you have a dedicated team of district staff who are moved to do the implementation, and in order for business continuity to happen where they came from, you bring in temporary staff to do that work.
Terrific. And just so the public's aware, the enhanced package we have on the SAP ECC module will extend to 2030 for planned maintenance. Is that correct?
I will defer to Ms. Collins.
Charlene Collins, Director, Application Services. The SAP life expectancy for what we currently have, ECC, is 2027 for support. They will extend support at whatever cost they choose through 2030, yes.
Okay, terrific. And the reason that's important is we don't want to lose the SAP system. It's not the one we want permanently, but it's better than not having it, and so that's very important. I think the answer, by the way, on capital general fund is it's almost 100%. It may be 98 or 99, but it's a very small amount coming out of the general fund. It's also possible that if the procurement's delayed or if there's delays in this implementation, we've got till 2030 with the current SAP program, right? But that also might level out some of the, there's a big hump of funding in FY28 in this, right? So because we're paying old ERP, new ERP, and implementation team and overtime team and the whole thing, right? So there's this big surge. That's difficult in a budgeting world to come up with that surge, that spike in the middle of the year. If in fact things slow down and that becomes more level loaded, I think that provides us an asset in the near term. Capital is not as important maybe in some sense as a general fund, but there's always great things the superintendent wants to spend capital money on. So if that happens, we're still going to meet the 2030 deadline, but we may spread that requirement out a little bit to the right, which would be great in FY28. So I appreciate what you guys are doing, and thank you for moving forward with this courageous plan. I'm sorry.
That's why we got Plant Moran to keep us a schedule, right? Because most implementations, we put aggressive schedules, and we're trying to be more conservative with that schedule too. And also, if we can reduce that schedule over time. So that's why we process math upfront. Some of those things, so we can be on point, and we'll reduce costs by doing that.
On point, was that a pun? Okay, sorry. We brought Point Moran in to stay on point, so thank you very much for that one. I just will ask for one more thing, though, from the superintendent. If you can keep us updated, this is a big amount of money.
Yeah, it's huge.
And if you don't mind, if we could maybe quarterly, just see if there's any deviation from the $75 million requirement. If that does level load a little bit, we get a $5 or $10 million asset in FY28, there's a lot of great things we can spend capital money on. It's not like we have so much capital that our schools look like, brand new schools. They don't. We could always think about some great requirements for that. But if you could just keep us informed every quarter, because this is just a big outlay for us, from the funds that we have.
Yep, absolutely. We put it in a cadence of a quarterly briefing for the board.
I really appreciate it. And thanks for bringing this, Dr. Moran, Dr. Hepburn, and thanks for putting this kind of team together. This is going to be exciting to watch it come together.
Thank you. Anyone else?
All right, thank you, team. Y'all better run.
All right. So at the direction of the superintendent, the following agenda topics are tentatively scheduled to be addressed during the upcoming workshops. August 11th, board direct report evaluations, committee reports, rule development policy review for Neola. August 25th, redefining our schools 26-27 workshop number 3, and multi-year staffing alignment plan. Please note that the order of topics and the schedule remain tentative and are subject to adjustment at the superintendent's discretion. At this time, do any of my colleagues have anything to bring to future workshops to share? Mr. Severa?
I have a question. I don't know if this is the appropriate time, Chair, to bring this up, but I'll ask and you tell me. I have a proposal on a scheduling issue for the August 19th regular school board meeting that is currently scheduled. I'd like to make a suggestion that we move that, and if I need to prepare an agenda item to have that heard at the next regular school board meeting to move that date, I'm happy to do it. Or if it would be permissible for me to discuss with my colleagues and get consensus as to whether or not we can move that August 19th date. And before I give the rationale, which I think is a viable one, I just wanted to throw that out there to see if this would be the appropriate time to discuss.
I also want to consult with staff to see if there's anything. Mr. Hill, Dr. Hepburn, and Mr. Cooney.
It's a regular school board.
Through the chair, this has to be a B item as we report to the state the regular school board meeting dates, and to change it has to be an official action of the board, so they can't just provide consensus within the workshop. So we do ask. Right now, there actually is a B item in the system that will be delivered for next week.
Yeah, it's mine.
Yes.
I'm aware. I just wanted to know if we can discuss it today or if it formally has to be voted on.
Well, to pass, it has to formally be voted on within that B item.
Okay, understood. So I guess we'll deal with this next week then.
Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. I just closed out. So I would like to give a shout out to the Miramar High School speech and debate team, which for the first time since 2020 made an appearance at the National Speech and Debate Tournament. And they are proud to announce that Nathaniel Ocean placed second in the entire nation in original spoken word poetry. He recently graduated and served as the president of the club for 3 years. And so this was his last tournament, and he went out with a fantastic ending. And then I'm just gonna have staff pass out. I had already invited people earlier, but to the beautification blitzes I'm having throughout District 2, like I said, the first week will be outdoor projects, which I know in Florida heat isn't the most fun. But we'll be focusing on, beautifying different areas, kind of making sure, especially some VPK areas are bright and shiny for the families to come in. And then the second week, we're focusing on helping teachers move in and get settled into their new spaces. And as I mentioned earlier, every school that's a part of this blitz was impacted by redefining. So I would appreciate support if you all are available, and staff as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online?
No, thanks.
I just had one quick, well, maybe not quick, but a concern that I wanted to bring. We did hear from a teacher recently about copy limits and cursive instruction, and staff did provide a response about discretion for copies being at the school level. I can just speak to my experience as a teacher. The issue of copies is quite aggravating. And I don't want it to be a situation where we're imposing something on teachers and then not giving them the tools and resources to be able to carry out the task that we've asked them to do, which is cursive instruction. So Dr. Hepburn, I'm wondering if you can provide some context for that and what your position is on that.
Yeah, and I'll ask Dr. Fulton to add on this. And it is the school leadership has unlimited copy access, and so that's on purpose so they can work with teachers and kind of monitor the situations that's specific to their school, specific to instruction, and assist with the necessary resources to support those teachers. But I do know for cursive writing, many of the principals and their staff have been working together on how to carry that out. And, some are using unique, not unique, but opportunities they've already been using, such as whiteboards for each individual student. They can erase. They don't need to, continue to write on paper unless they need to do some culminating activity and things like that. So many school-based leaders have already kind of created strategies to address how they're going to accomplish, just like any other requirement that they may have from the state. And Dr. Fulton, if you got anything else to add as well. And I know she's going to talk about too with our ELA adoption for next year. We're actually vetting opportunities to add workbooks and things like that for cursive writing as well.
Okay.
So thank you, Dr. Hepburn. And actually, you are correct. And I used that opportunity to talk to several principals just to see what barriers that they thought they may have so that we could be able to get in front of that before the teachers returned. And many of them are using, just like Dr. Hepburn saying, some unique ways. Some of them are just providing it to the teachers up front where they don't have to individually be responsible for doing those copies. But rest assured, we did let the principals know if there's a barrier, let us know. But one of the immediate things that they can do is increase the copy limit at their site. And so that way they're able to make sure the teachers have the resources that they need. But in talking to about 4 to 5 principals in elementary school, they did not foresee any limitations to ensuring the teachers had access to the materials that they needed.
Okay. So if I'm a teacher who works at a school where the principal has not increased my copy limit and I'm being asked to deliver this cursive instruction and I haven't been given whiteboards and I haven't been given workbooks, what recourse do I have?
So I will tell you with assurance, and I have not spoken to all 100%, I truly believe all principals will ensure that teachers have the materials that they need to be successful, because the success of the teachers are the success of our students. And in talking to one of them, actually the literacy coaches, just to remove the work that the teachers have to do to make the copies, they're being done for them. Some of them use the whiteboards like Dr. Hepburn mentioned, so it would be very difficult to do it one way for all 127 schools, but we wanted them to use the how on how the teachers wanted to do that, but making sure that whatever limitations, if it's copy limits, that they had recourse to be able to address that at the school level.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Vice Chair, and this slipped my attention. I wrote a note and hit it. There's a direct report eval scheduled for the 11th of August. I think the first day of school is August 10th. The whole system is just so engaged on the 5 days of preparation and the first day, and the school board is very focused on that again. I wonder if the board, if there's no objection from our HR experts on this, I'm sorry, Dr. Lozano, if we did the direct report evals on the 25th instead of the 11th, does that miss a deadline for any one of our direct reports?
Not at all. We can work within that window.
It's just a suggestion to my colleagues. The 11th, it's just, I want to focus on the first day. I want to be ready. I want to, do all the support things that I can, go out to the terminal, all that wonderful stuff. It's a very big surge of time, and I also want to spend a significant amount of time writing good evaluation comments. If I could ask my colleagues to defer to that preference, I would just like to shift it back to the 25th, if that would work with my colleagues.
Before, I think Mr. Hill has some.
I just wanted to clarify with Dr. Lozano, I don't think this is actual writing the evaluations. I think this is maybe on the tool that you'll utilize. So it's not the actual completion of an evaluation. It's just so you can prepare the tools for our general counsel as well as our auditor.
I'm sorry, so on the 11th, we're just talking about the tool. We don't have to have our evaluation turned in by the 11th and discuss it?
That is correct. So February is when you actually complete the evaluations. This is just on the tool itself.
Terrific. I appreciate that. I withdraw my request.
Okay. Anyone else? Ms. Bowman?
And please forgive my ignorance about this, but just to the paper issue, as a policy throughout the district, can we make sure that everyone has enough paper and access to the copies? I've been hearing this for years, and I'd love to see an analysis of how much we're really saving in money versus grief of trying to provide worksheets and things of that nature to the students. So I just feel that as a policy, particularly in elementary school, people should have access to the copy paper. And also as we're kind of looking to go away from doing things on screens and having more paper-based educational materials, I just like to see our commitment to making sure that people can make the copies that they need to make to educate their students.
Well, and to that point, Ms. Bowman, I hear that, I never want us to make decisions in this room that we think are helpful and then are actually very unhelpful. And so I understand the impetus for not wanting to mandate it a certain way for every single school in the district, because school leaders and school-based personnel know what's best for their school. In my experience, it was the variation between school to school was exactly the problem. So at one high school I worked at, I had to make my own copies. I was given some paper at the beginning of the year. I quickly ran out. I was an English teacher. Actually, when I worked in Miami-Dade County Public Schools at Homestead Senior, we called paper Homestead White Gold because it was that valuable. And we spent that much of our own money on the paper. And then when I went to Nova High School, there was an employee who made copies for all of us, and it was a dream because it was, 25% of my aggravation on a daily basis was removed. And so I want every teacher to have that aggravation removed. And to your point, Ms. Bowman, like, you know, there are some schools where teachers aren't having to buy paper. Like when I was at Nova, I did not, and it was amazing. But I would venture that at many of our schools, teachers are having to buy paper, and it is very expensive and very frustrating. So I agree with you, Ms. Pullman. I don't know how we tackle it. It seems like it's a problem that is both easy and difficult to tackle. But Dr. Hepburn, I don't know what your response is to Ms. Pullman's request.
So, you know, many of the strategies are born actually out of the board in the past, actually limiting the paper budget, right? So the reaction for us is like, how do we become more efficient? How do we help? Because most of the paper is being used at the school level. So the limit per school maintains some consistency as a floor. And that's why we give the school leadership and all of that the opportunity to, and also to ensure that schools are using, because I'll walk schools and I will see a printer in individual classrooms that somebody else purchased besides us. And so now we're using district funds to pay for ink in those printers that are not ours, or we have specific contracts to refill ink, to maintain, and all of that. And so we have large copiers centrally located on campuses that are way more efficient, cheaper for us to use, and can definitely be monitored much easier by school staff in the way up. But it's providing a floor, giving school leaders the opportunity to work with their teachers if they need additional resources. So we're not limiting resources, we're just helping people be more conscientious about the resources that they're using.
Did we limit the resources? Because when we, okay, so I was absent from.
To your point, I'm not answering your question.
Okay, okay. But we voted on something recently where I was not here.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
And that's limiting the resources at the school level. So can you explain what that vote looks like? I mean, it sounds nice to limit paper, but at the same time, if that's how we're delivering education, or we want to deliver education, as particularly in elementary schools, that way, then how does our vote to limit the amount of paper that we're purchasing affect that? Because it seems like we might need to revisit that decision.
Well, I don't think it's, trying to find a good term. I don't think it's a decision that's wrong. I think it's a decision that the board makes looking at how much money we're spending on paper, and can we pull back some of that and come up with a better system of how we actually divvy out that resource. And as a result, there is a consistent floor with opportunities to raise that floor for what teachers need for resources to do what they need to do in their classroom. One thing I think we probably need to get better at before the school year starts, just letting the principals know, hey, because I've only gotten a few emails from teachers about paper. So yeah, so I've only gotten a few emails, and we have 15,000 teachers. I've probably got like 5 emails, right? So that tells me the percent is like 1/100% of people who are complaining about it, and maybe their first stop wasn't to their principal. The first stop was to email the superintendent or the board or a regional. So just educating our school leaders to let their teachers know, hey, first stop is me if you actually need to increase the resources that you need to use in your classroom to support instruction. But I think it's helping people be more conscientious. We have all type of tools that do the same thing, and I'm not talking about a screen. You got whiteboards. You got opportunity for students to get up in a group and use a whiteboard so they can demonstrate learning for the whole entire classroom. So it's not always about, I need to make 100 copies and do the work that way. So I think it's just being more conscientious, and we're monitoring that. And if the complaints were through the roof, we will revert to a different strategy. But the small percentage of people that have contacted me personally, it's just more about letting the principals know to let their staff know if you need additional paper resources or any resource on the campus. Just come and talk to me first, and we'll work it out to make sure you're not stifling opportunities for kids, because that's what we're not trying to do.
Okay, well, as long as you get that message out.
Yep. I know Dr. Fulton and her crew work with the principals on that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? All right. The scheduled order of business of the school board workshop at the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no objections, I will now adjourn the school board workshop. Good evening. This special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida, to approve the advertisement for the budget and for the tentative district educational facilities plan is now called to order. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants. Please be reminded of the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the board room, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has received its seating has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. If the fire alarm sounds, exit the room calmly, continue outside the building, and remain there until authorities give clearance to return. Thank you for your cooperation. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As we begin, we reaffirm our strategic plan goal, 100% proficiency for all students, guided by our vision, educating today's students to succeed in tomorrow's world. And as an A-rated district, we remain committed to sustaining this achievement while empowering every student to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. Today's special school board meeting will operate in accordance with School Board Policy 1020, and the board will review the items as advertised and presented by the superintendent. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds pursuant to Section 120.525 Florida statutes that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. As a reminder to my colleagues to maintain quorum, we do all need to remain at the dais for the entirety of this meeting. May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. All in favor of closing the agenda, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposers say no. The agenda is now closed. We will soon hear from our registered public speakers. We ask that decorum be maintained and civility and respect be shown during public comment. One of our assistant general counsels will assist the chair in maintaining decorum during this period. We also want to remind our public speakers of the rules and expectations regarding the agenda public comment portion of the special school board meeting, as well as board policy. Attorney Cooney, please explain the rules of public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Public comment is governed by School Board Policy 1020 and is intended to provide input on the board's duties, decisions, and the overall operation of the school district. The school board is viewpoint neutral during public comment. Per School Board Policy 1020, public comment procedures. Speakers may state their name, city of residence, and whether they are lobbyists before beginning their remarks. All remarks must be directed to the board as a whole. The board will not respond to or engage with speakers during the public comment, and no action will be taken unless the item is on the agenda. Time limits. Because this is a special school board meeting, public comments are limited to agenda items. During the agenda speaking time, speakers will have up to 3 minutes per item and up to 1 minute on motions or amendments per meeting, with an additional 1 minute if a motion is introduced. The chair may adjust the order of speakers, recognize speakers, and enforce all time limits. The chair may reduce individual speaking time or establish a total time limit for public comment when necessary to ensure all speakers have an opportunity to be heard. As such, pursuant to Section Roman numeral 7C of Policy 1020, the chair has exercised her discretion to establish the following speaking limits: 3 minutes if there are 10 speakers, 2 minutes if there are up to 15 speakers, and 1 minute if there are more than 15 speakers. A visible timer will be used, and the microphone may be turned off when time expires. Content limitations. Speakers must limit their comments to matters related to school board business, and for agenda items must remain relevant to the specific item. Comments may not address matters that are pending litigation, quasi-judicial proceedings, active investigations, or administrative hearings. Solicitation and lobbying activities must comply with the applicable school board policies. Standards of decorum. Abusive language defined as profanity, threatening, or name-calling is prohibited. In addition, clapping, hissing, booing, shouting, yelling, or other disruptions from the audience are not allowed. Enforcement. Speakers who fail to follow proper decorum in the chambers will be ruled out of order by the board chair. Failure to comply may result in the microphone being turned off or a recess being called. After a warning, the chair may also direct removal from the meeting by law enforcement or sergeant of arms. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Cooney. The board wants to hear from you, and we appreciate your cooperation in maintaining a respectful, orderly, and productive meeting environment. When it is time for public speakers, I will call 5 speakers at a time. I don't see anyone in the audience. And when you hear your name, please line up at the podium. Please follow staff's directions when at the podium. All right. May I have a motion and a second on item 1, advertising proposed millage levies and tentative budget for fiscal year 2026-2027? Moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Ms. Coleman. It is moved and seconded to move item 1 to the floor. Any public comment, Mr. Hill?
No comment.
Board member discussion? None? All in favor of approving item 1, say aye. All opposed, say no.
No.
Item passes with 1 dissenting vote from Mr. Severa. Mr. Hill, is anyone on the line?
Board members Holness
Yes.
and Rupert.
Okay, I didn't hear the votes.
There were yay votes.
Okay, thank you. So it passes with 1 dissenting vote. All right. Could I have a motion and a second on item 2, tentative district educational facilities plan fiscal year 2026-2027? Moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Dr. Zeman. This evening is the first of 2 special school board meetings for the district educational facilities plan for July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2031. This plan will be presented to the school board for adoption at the second meeting on September 1st, 2026. I now turn it over to the superintendent, who will now give a brief overview of the district educational facilities plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And turn it over to Ms. Johnson and her team to go over a brief presentation.
Through the chair, we will have a brief presentation by Omar Shem, the Director of Capital, over the tentative district education facility plan for fiscal year 26 and 27.
Omar Shem, Director of Capital Budget. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members and Dr. Hepburn. This first special school board meeting this evening is to discuss the district educational facilities plan. And we'd like to remind everyone that this is the first of 2 meetings before the final adoption in September, on September 1st. Also, that throughout the year, of course, those budget amendments can also occur as needed or directed by the board. Do we have a clicker? See if we can get a clicker. So I just also wanted to thank the board for the feedback that we got at the last workshop in June, where we received feedback from the board. Today we'll present the tentative DEFP that incorporates that feedback. Our presentation is very short, and it's an overview of the detailed plan that you have before you. Once our presentation is complete, the board can provide additional feedback, and staff was available to answer questions. If you go to slide 3. This slide on revenues shows projections of approximately $4.1 billion over 5 years, from fiscal year 2027 to fiscal year 2031. For fiscal year 27, millage revenues reflect a 3.9% increase over last year's millage revenues, and that's based upon Broward County property assessments as of July 1, 2026, certified values. Local sources outside of capital millage include mostly impact fees. Also, the district is utilizing certificate of participations, or otherwise called COPs, financing in the first year, as we discussed at the last workshop, as well as appropriate lease financing for equipment and vehicles. State funding comes to the district mostly for charter schools, but the district does still receive some state funding for district-run schools from motor vehicle license plate revenue, also called CNDS. For fiscal year 2026, this includes $57.3 million in capital reserve funds for the period ending in June that we're carrying over. And the remaining carryover of $404.8 million is allocated to ongoing projects and capital programs. On slide 4, this shows the appropriated items from the board approved from last year's plan, along with updated fixed costs such as debt payment, building leases, and capital salaries. And based on feedback from the board at the last workshop in June, $40 million in funding for previously approved projects that were scheduled beyond this fiscal year 2027 were moved up to accomplish beautification and critical projects. This includes interior-exterior painting, flooring, marquees, HVAC, and drainage projects. This table also includes the new funding recommendations that have been discussed with the board at the last workshop and summarized on the next slide. The majority of the carryovers are ongoing facility projects and planned work in progress as discussed in the previous slide. Unallocated reserves, including those funded available for board priorities and minimum reserve balance according to the fund balance policy. School by school, district-wide funding details are included in the DEFP, the detailed version. On slide 5, this highlights the new funding recommendations for fiscal year 2027. And I'll do slide 5 and 6 together because that's really what describes these new funding recommendations. So of course, for the facility projects, it includes funding for Coral Glades Auditorium, Parkway Middle replacement, Markham Elementary School replacement, and HVAC replacements at Crystal Lake Middle School, Watkins Elementary, Sandpiper, Riverside, and also New River Middle School. There's a heat pump replacement there. There's also a schematic design for the prototype, middle school prototype. For PPO, additional funding for HVAC projects, structural repairs, school painting and beautification were increased in the additional fiscal year 2027 in response to the feedback that we got at the last workshop. So I just want to emphasize that not only did we move up funding that was already in the plan, but in the requested items in the DFP for painting and things that impacts schools, the way that schools look, we also moved up the additional funding recommendations. So there's a significant amount of money there to address those needs that are there. For environmental health and safety, the drainage and stormwater modification were increased in the current fiscal year 2027. Also, some of those projects were moved up to address those sooner. Additional funding for ERP subscription cost for information systems. There's additional funding for ERP subscription costs, which moved from general fund to capital. And this is a $6 million savings to the general fund. The additional network and server equipment, $2.2 million, and of course the new ERP system that we talked about earlier today. Athletics, there's additional funding for scoreboard replacement and turf fields and an annual track replacement district-wide. So that takes...
On the ERP system, we moved that from the general fund. That's one of the things that saved the fund balance this fiscal year. So I just want everyone to be aware.
You can go to slide 7. Now this slide goes over some of the items for future consideration as we develop our long-range facility plan, redefine schools, and navigate financial challenges in operating a district with declining enrollment. And also, as discussed, I also wanted to point out that at the workshop that we do have debt capacity. That we're using a little bit of it now for the COPS that we have, and that's available to fund capital projects that meet those types of, our ability to finance them with COPS. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and we can take any questions.
Mr. Hill, are there any public speakers registered?
No speakers.
Board member discussion? Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. I think can you, staff, give a summary of how we're factoring in our upcoming redefining decisions when we're making the plan, and then also our facilities condition assessment when we're determining what projects to do when?
Good. I'll start it off, or Martin, if you can finish it up. So as far as the upcoming redefining effort, as stated in there, a lot of it is to be determined. We know we have FCI that's driving, student enrollment that's driving. We, in the DEFP, can be amended throughout the year if there's some pressing issue that needs to be addressed throughout the year, during the school year as a result of redefining. But most of the work that we identify for any impact to any final board decisions that are usually made December and January, we start talking with the capital fund team and also the facilities and capital program team about specific needs to transition any facility and recommend any amendments if needed to realize whatever we need to do for any other redefining changes that happen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman.
Thank you. So I appreciate that we're putting the beautification budget on there. I think I actually got a lot of good feedback after that meeting, Dr. Zeman. That was a good suggestion. People really like that. So do we have a way that we're going to identify who's going to receive beautification? Or have we identified schools? Lots of them can use it, so how are we going to?
Yeah, it's going to be a combination. Why am I echoing like that? No. But it's going to be a combination of working directly with our school leaders, number one, working with the facilities and PPO team. But those are the two boots on the ground teams in the district that have intimate knowledge about some of the specific needs for beautification at their schools, and also the directors too. One of the things the directors look for too as they go out and visit schools to support schools is also beautification needs. At one point we were recording some of that information just to make sure we have some data around that, but the PPO team and the principals are going to be the folks on the ground that alert us. We can go out and assess and see what the specific needs are, start creating that scope of work that needs to be done to get that school up to par as far as beautification. We got some schools, I mean, they don't even have windows right out front, so you got to go make some facades of a window, right, just to give that aesthetic. So there's things around the district of simple painting, things like that. I already know we have a painting schedule. We see what they've done for some of the schools, but principals and PPO are going to be some of the main caveat as we create some type of methodology once we get that information of how we're going to divvy out to address some of the needs.
Right, so I guess there is something weird happening with the microphone. The question is, are we going to have any input in that or be able to advocate for our districts? And obviously some, I think, probably areas
we can,
require
once
more
we
beautification than others, and would we take that into consideration?
Once we start, just like, I'll say for instance, we have a painting plan, a playground plan, so we can create a similar type of plan with a cadence and bring that to the board about based on need that's been observed and collected from the people who are on the ground all the time, and possibly also fold in some of the PTSA or SAC committee folks as far as getting the parent perspective of what aesthetic needs need to be supported that aren't so structural that it's going to suck up all the money.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so that's good, but it'll come back to us. Then we'll see it again. Okay, that's great. Schematic design, $1 million for a middle school. So what's the plan for that?
This is for Margate Middle, correct? Yes. So this we talked to the board about. It's been a few weeks ago. about the amount of work that needs to be done and continuing to do that work. It is advantageous for the district to actually build a replacement school. And so paying for the design, which we will keep that design in our repository so we can have a design so we can just press a button to go in the future for other schools as well too. So it won't be just for this specific school, it'll be a design that we can use in later years as well.
And when we're talking schematic, just for my own knowledge, this is like every single part of that building that's in,
Yeah, and
like every electrical wire and everything.
I forgot I have Miss Coley back there. She can give out.
This isn't just like a couple lines like I
No,
can
no,
on
no,
my
no.
Etch-a-Sketch, okay.
Sonia Coley, thank you. It would be really a prototype, so we would get a design from an architect that had a full layout of a middle school.
But would it be
That
like
could be
all the
adaptable.
engineering specs and everything else?
Absolutely, so a full design plan that would be adaptable to the district.
Okay, thank you. And then we can use it again, because that was
Yes,
what I was gonna ask.
absolutely. And that's one of the plans too that we've talked about with the capital program is, I think one of the Achilles heel is that we didn't have designs in the past, right? That's how you bring projects to a close quicker, when you can start quick because you have designs, and I don't even want to talk about
We
one
can
of the issues.
replicate it and, okay, that sounds great. And then my last question is, with the COPS, the availability to have, use debt or, use our equity. Do we have a plan? Have we identified projects that we want to do for that? I know that there's, like we've talked about rebuilding schools and things like that. So where are we in that process in terms of?
Not yet. That will be a collaborative job with the long-range master planner, right? To bring something holistic and very well thought out to the board about what to pursue. And then, Mr. Shimmy, if you want to give the board kind of a little bit more detail about COPS, what it's used for, what's the dollar, because you don't want to use it for small projects, right? You want to use it for yes. So people have a firm understanding of the use for COPS and the most beneficial use.
Yes, basically, COPS is a lot like a mortgage. You can only use it for whole buildings, and they utilize a portion of that for collateral value in terms of when they actually use the financing source. However, you can leverage a portion of it after you've identified those types of projects that are leveraged. About 30% of it can be used for things that are not leveraged. So that's basically what it is, but it is underlying assets in the districts that have whole building values.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I have my hand raised.
Okay, I did not get a text message from you, Ms. Rupert, but please go ahead. I cannot see when your hand is raised.
I know, but Andre's monitoring, so he's been doing a pretty good job up to this. Thank you, though, for the reminder. I have a question about Glades Auditorium, the additional $9 million. I pretty much know the answer, but is it absolutely required, a necessity for this aspect of it? Or is it something that we could defer on?
It's necessary due to that black box theater. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Coley, it's because of that black box theater and the actual auditorium, which has raised the cost.
Okay.
Coral Glades High School.
Got it. Thank you. I do want to say for the C. Robert Markham replacement building, it's about time. I'm very excited about that. So I look forward to having that really be a model of the school environment, both inside and outside, that we want to have in the district and that what our community wants. And I want to say thank you for the HVAC for Crystal Lake, Watkins, Sandpiper, Riverside, and New River Middle, much needed. And my comment about the schematic scene, the $1 million for the swing space. My question originally was why not use any of the previous schematics, but you explained Dr. Hepburn, that this was for a middle school and we only had other ones, like for elementary?
Go ahead, Ms. Cole. I'm not sure about the previous schematics she's
No,
referring to.
We don't have any previous prototypes for elementary or middle school.
Okay. I guess I was thinking that we did when we went, I'm trying to think where it was, where we actually walked out a room with the designers for Markham to see exactly what the square footage of a classroom would look at. Do you remember what that was, Ms. Coley?
It could have been the design criteria, but we don't have any prototypes.
Gotcha. And we've utilized these in the past, yes?
We have gone out with a prototype from other school districts, yes.
So we've kind of piggybacked on them.
Yes.
And I guess this question is for our attorney, Mr. Cooney. Is it permissible to reach out to the other districts to see if we could utilize any of their middle school prototypes?
Yeah, through the
Or
chair.
would it be too hectic?
Absolutely. You can always reach out and ask them if they have some prototype designs that have already been constructed. And then our facilities folks will make a determination if that works best for us.
Okay. I know that this is it's very needed for Margate Middle School, but I wanted to have a bigger conversation about we need to be getting these prototypes either from other schools. It makes me uncomfortable to do the $1 million just for this design, and I know that the money will be beneficial as it moves on and we utilize it in other areas, hopefully. And I understand that, but we also have an economic situation. So if and when we can, or we're looking to do this with another school, obviously Margate Middles we will be able to use again, but I don't think it would cost us any money to reach out to the districts to see if they have a piggyback that they did, or I'm not using the right terminology, but my conversation to my colleagues is if we can get one that's already up and built and being utilized, then I think that we could move forward with that and spend less money and have more opportunity to get these done. So put more money back in our bank. So that's my comment for that. Of course, I'll be voting for this for all the schools that need their stuff, but I would be remiss if I didn't, put out an alternative for going forward. I don't want to do another $1 million for a elementary school. I want to do another one for high school. I don't particularly want to go down that road. So I'd like to really hear from my colleagues on that. Thank you.
Ms. Rupert, if I can
Yes.
add, one of the concerns that I have about going to other school districts and using a prototype, because we're having that concern right now, what is it, going on 4 or 5 years, where we use the prototype and you do into transition that prototype to meet our specifications is going to cost money as well. And so that's why, I support creating designs, spending the money to create designs. I know for middle school, eventually it's going to be elementary schools, probably high school too. And then those are tried and true designs that we can depend on. And when it comes time to construct a new school or a new building of a school, we don't have to worry about going to go get another prototype from another school district that's using totally different specifications than what we're using, and then we're spending the money anyway to hire somebody to do redesigns to meet our specifications. So just some food for thought on that conversation, Ms. Rupert.
I appreciate that, Dr. Hepburn. Nice to hear your voice. I do understand that, but the thought of spending $3 million for that just kind of sits with me the wrong way. Just my thought. I understand putting money out now will save us time and hopefully a headache going forward. But we really have to be very careful on the amount of money that goes out and we have to just button down. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Dr. Zeman?
Thank you. Might not surprise anybody. I can't wait to see the FCA data like coming in and helping us with our priorities. It's been a smart thing to do. It's taken us a while to get it all together, as it always does. But I'm really looking forward to having an elevated conversation, based on district-wide. So Dr. Hepburn, thank you for pulling all that project work together and providing the data to us as we help make decisions about where to spend the money. Long-range master planner, another big addition to the process here. Look forward to seeing them use FCA data and use all the things they know about master planning to help us prioritize. Dr. Hepburn, I'm right that those two things are going to help us a great deal.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And I like this plan. I appreciate you guys putting it together. I would ask for, something to think about. We continue to have old marquees all over Broward County. We had special funding to buy new marquees, but we just didn't have enough money to take the old ones out. They look kind of odd to me. They're not well maintained. If part of that beautification is to get rid of those old marquees, I would see that as a wise investment. I wanted to talk to you, though, about my role as a Broward County School Board member on the Broward Planning Council. The Broward Planning Council is the preliminary board that reviews developments all over Broward County. We have to make sure that it meets the Broward County land use plans. We have to, kind of make recommendations to the County Commission about whether it makes sense even to do the developments that are being proposed in Broward County. In that role, we get engaged a lot, and we get engaged early. So we see significant developments on things like Live Local. I've talked about that for a couple meetings about how a developer can bypass the rules of the City Commission and County Commission as long as they set aside 30 or 40% of their housing units for affordable housing. It's the legislature's view for the last 3.5 years to get development money to spend in special places, arterial roadways, as long as they build enough of this affordable or workforce housing. Because I'm engrossed in those conversations every month, and because we see things early, and because our long-range master planner in the FCA is only going to be focused on what we have today, Dr. Hepburn, I think there's an opportunity to kind of mix these two roles. But let me ask you something about page 7, if you don't mind. Mr. Shim, what's the limiting factor for using the debt capacity? Again, I believe you don't bring a paper report to a knife fight. And we're in a knife fight right now about public education. And I want to bring all our resources to bear on winning students to come to our schools, both those that live here now and those that don't live here now, but we want them to live here because we can provide them maybe a neat combination of affordable housing and great schools in the same zip code. So what is the limiting factor about using the debt facility that you're using in today's presentation?
Beyond the type of projects that I mentioned before, the limiting factors would be there's a statutory 0.75, so 75% of your millage can be used towards debt service, and you can't spend any more than that. We also have a policy, and our policy is a little bit more restrictive. It's 60% of our millage can be used to pay debt for cops.
Terrific. But my understanding, though, that's a Broward County School Board policy.
Yes.
Which means the Broward County School Board might adjust that if they ever felt like doing it. But even at the 60%, we have debt capacity. We could build buildings, and new schools, academic buildings, things that we normally would spend, I call them construction projects. And so what's limiting us is that we haven't generated requirements yet that should be considered by this board for building new schools. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
I appreciate that. And tell me about the 30%, because I'm not sure the board absorbed that. Let me just give you a hypothetical. We build a new elementary school, $50 million, clean dirt, full up construction. We follow Dr. Hepburn's model. We build it in 12 months. We build it somewhere where we think we're going to attract new people to our school system or to our county. That suggests to me that there's 30% of other money that we could also get. What could we spend that $15 million on?
Typically, we can spend it on comprehensive needs. So any other things that the district needs that we can spend it on.
Wow.
That's capital. It cannot be spent on general fund or any other area.
All right, so this COP seems like quite a gift.
Yep, the gift that keeps on giving.
I like that. I like that. I want some more of that. Let's go. So let me just hypothetically, Dr. Hepburn, describe what I see over at the Broward Planning Council. People bypass the county, they bypass the city, but they have to come and report to us and share what they're doing. So a developer comes in and is going to build 4,000 new units. 1,300 of them have to be affordable workforce housing. It's across the street, maybe from one of our world-class A-rated schools. I think if we wanted to think strategically and not just chase declining enrollment, my suspicion, and Dr. Hepburn, I'm curious about your beliefs about this, do you believe in an environment like that, where we're offering young families, some with kids, some who are thinking about having kids, affordable housing in Broward County next to a world-class A-rated school? Do you think that we would attract people to that development if they could do affordable housing and world-class education in the same zip code?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I believe that because I've seen it done. It's currently being done in 2 other school districts that are experiencing declining enrollment right now in the state of Florida because the density is increasing in a certain part of the county, so you still have to address the needs with seats because you can't bus a kid from one part of the county all the way for an hour-and-a-half bus ride to the to the other. So it's in the works in other school districts right now that are experiencing the same decline in enrollment. So
Terrific. So let me try and connect a few dots. If in fact there's been a live local development or multiple live local development, if there's been a place like Hollywood that is building a copious amount of new things in their downtown development authority, and we can provide them A-rated, award-winning education nearby, it sounds to me like we can actually increase enrollment for Broward County School while we're also fighting against declining birth rates and other things that are causing us to decline. I think that's wise policy. I'm sorry, I'm almost done. I will go back and look at the developments that have come before the Broward Planning Council. I will ask the staff of the county to send the material about it so that you know about it. Again, the long-range master planner, the FCA, they're going to be helpful, but they're not familiar with some of these explosive developments that are going on that do come and brief the Broward Planning Council. And so I just want to make sure that our staff is aware of those things, Dr. Hepburn, and that you can consider them for how might we take advantage of this COPS facility, the gift that keeps on giving. Thank you, Mr. Shim, for that. Because you not only can borrow $50 million to build an expansion or a new school, but you get $15 million. And I think the way that works, Mr. Shim, if we had something allocated already that was going to cost $15 million, we can now use that COPS $15 million to pay for it, which frees up $15 million for us to do it. And again, you don't bring a memo or a report to a knife fight. You bring all your resources, you bring all your intellect, you bring all your institutional connections to that, and you say, look, we know being an A-rated district means people are more likely to go to our schools. We know Cambridge Award means people will look at our schools. Beautification means people will come tour our schools. Generally, when they tour our schools, they consider enrolling there. The next step might be also to look at some of these larger developments in places around Broward County and see if we could invest with COPS dollars to grow the capacity and grow our enrollment because people will move here simply because of those two things. So I'll ask the staff to share that with you. Dr. Hepburn, can I just have them send it with you or to you and
yeah, you can send it to me, Ms. Johnson.
Yeah.
And we'll get it to the right parties. But and you make a great point, Dr. Seaman, because we do have to be aware of pockets of density and income and density due to residential development, especially when it comes to affordable housing in certain parts of our county, because I know I'm seeing it being done in other districts as well, because guess what? If we don't do it, somebody else is going to come and address the needs of
I think you're
area.
spot on, and
yes.
I watch charter schools close enough to know that they won't let that money just sit around.
Absolutely.
And now we have micro schools. You know, the legislature's allowed up to 150 students in any commercial building. So if you have a strip mall, you can open a school without asking anybody for permission for up to 150. It doesn't take long for a few of those to build up where these big developments are coming in to meet the need. They don't offer what we offer, though. I mean, we do have a huge institutional advantage of being a highly rated school district. I just like the fact that it takes about 2 years to get these developments done. If we decided today to do something, it takes us max speed to design a year, to build a year. But I also feel very strongly, as Dr. Hepburn does, that if we do that, and people know there's a world-class A-rated school coming near these highly dense development areas, more people with kids are going to move here, because that gives them what they need, affordable housing and great education right across the street or in the neighborhood. So I'll make sure that that information comes over, and I look forward to what staff's recommendations will be with that data. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. You guys have your direction?
We do, thank you.
All right. The question is on the approval of item 2. Those in favor of approving item 2 say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say
Aye.
no. The ayes have it, and item 2 is approved. The scheduled order of business for the
I was
special.
a two. I mean, I was a yes, sorry.
The scheduled order of business for the special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no objections, I will now adjourn the special school board meeting.